Hello, friends. How's it going? Happy New Year. This is the first time that I've seen you guys since before Christmas because I didn't sprint last week. It feels like it's been so long since I've sprinted. I literally had to make a checklist of all the things that I needed to do to set up sprints because I was like, oh my gosh, I haven't done this in so long. Even though I only skipped 1 week, it feels like it's been so much longer. But how is everyone doing? How did your holiday go? I know for some people, if you celebrate like Hanukkah, for example, I think Hanukkah is still going on. I don't think it's over yet. So hopefully, you guys, if you celebrate Hanukkah, you guys are enjoying your season, your holiday. But yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, all of the happy holidays. Hope that you guys had a wonderful season or are having a wonderful season. Happy solstice, all the things. What's I about to say? Oh, so since I have not talked to you guys since before Christmas, let's do a little like holiday catch up. So, for those of you that celebrate holidays where there are gift exchanges that happen, let me know what is a gift that you received that you like are certain you will get a lot of use out of. Something where you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put that to work. It could be anything. It could be something as simple as like a pack of highlighters, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put those highlighters to work. I'm gonna annotate the heck out of my books in 2025. But what is something that you received that you are like, yeah, this is definitely gonna get used? I can say, and I think I talked about this before Christmas happened because I got this gift early. But my mom and my grandfather bought me an air fryer for Christmas. So that is the gift that I'm like, oh yeah, I use this thing like almost every day. It's fantastic. I've never had an air fryer before, so like this, I'm just now like dipping my toes into the air fryer pool. So it's been great using it so far. I haven't even used all the different like settings on it because I think it has like a 10 in 1 type of thing. So it's like an air fryer, you can bake, you can broil, you can rotisserie. Is that a verb? Rotisserize? I don't know what the verb tense of rotisserie is, but you can do that. I think it's a dehydrator, which I've never dehydrated anything before, so that'll be fun to play around with that setting. But yeah, that is the gift that I'm like, oh yeah, this. Don't worry, this is gonna get used. There are some gifts that you get that you're like, oh, this was really nice. No, it's the thought that counts. You're appreciative, but realistically, it's gonna end up on a shelf in a closet somewhere under your bed, just somewhere where you're like probably gonna forget that you even got it, right? Or it's something that you'll use and then you use it one time to say that you used it and then you forget about it, right? But no, that air fryer, that's a game changer. So that is my answer to that question. But I'm going to go through the comments and see what you guys said you guys got. And while I'm going through the comments, my next question is, besides a gift that you know that you're going to get a lot of use out of, what is a gift that was like surprising? And it could be surprising for whatever reason. Maybe it's surprising because you didn't tell this person what you wanted and they somehow managed to know what you wanted. You're like, oh my gosh, like what a surprise. Like, how did you know? Or maybe it's surprising because they got you something that is not at all something that is like what you would want. And you're like, why the heck did this person get me this? So, whatever the reason is, what is like the most surprising gift that you got during the season? And while you guys are answering that, I'm going to go back and go through the comments. Hello, Vanessa. How are you? Vanessa, are you still sprinting? I know that you were doing fourth wing sprints earlier, but let me know if you're still sprinting. Hello, Glenda. Happy New Year. How's it going? Hello, Denise. How are you? Happy New Year. Hello, Sammy. I know I saw you earlier, but hello, Sammy. How are you? Happy New Year. Hello, Lily. Happy New Year. Listening to an audiobook. Ooh, One by One by Frida McFadden. How far into this book are you? I'm very curious because Frida McFadden is one of the authors that I want to like try out in 2025. I've never read anything by her before, and I'm not really sure where to start. I know the book that I'm like most excited to read from her is Never Lie, but I don't know if I want to start with that. I might want to do some other things first and then like work my way up to it because for the most part, the people that I know that read Never Lie really, really liked it. And so I don't want to like read her best book and like start off with a bang and then everything else from there goes downhill. So curious to know what your thoughts are on One by One. Hello, hello. How are you? Hello, Tanu. How's it going? Sprint hopping and trying to do some chores. Very nice. Hello, Brittany. What are you doing here? How's it going? I feel like I never see you on Wednesdays. How are you? Happy New Year. Ooh, candles and slippers, my favorite yearly gift. Very nice. Very nice. I bought myself a pair of slippers. It wasn't like for Christmas or anything. I just with me moving back home, one of the things that got damaged with all the like flooding and stuff that happened was I had a pair of Coach slippers that I think my dad had gotten me for Christmas, not last year, but the year before. And those got totally ruined in the flood. So I had to buy a new pair of slippers. Unfortunately, I did not buy like a fancy like designer pair. But I got some cool ones. Maybe I'll show them. I don't have them on my feet right now, so I can't show them to you. But they are Scream themed, like the movie Scream, because Scream is my favorite horror movie franchise. So yeah, I got some new slippers myself. But I'm curious, are your slippers that you got, are they fuzzy? Are they cozy? Are they soft? Do they have like what is it called? Memory foam? Like are they squishy? Like let me know. Tell us all about your slippers. Also, what scented candles did you get? Ooh, got a physical spinner wheel for wow, that's awesome. That is so cool. Have you used it yet? I haven't even been like on YouTube in the last couple of days to like watch content. I've just kind of been popping into people's sprints. But I'm curious, have you used it in a video yet? Because I want to see what it looks like. That's so cool. Yes, they are amazing. I am now on the air fryer train. I am now sipping their air fryer Kool-Aid, and I agree. Air fryers are amazing. Happy New Year, Swank. How are you? How's it going? How's your year starting off? Hello, it's Shauna, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Hello, how's it going? We love our air fryer. Nice. My only tip is onion rings don't do well in them. Oven does better. Okay, that's good to know. Now, question: when you so like the air fryer that I have, like I said, it's like a 10 in one. So like there is like a bake setting and there's also an air fryer setting. So I don't know if your air fryer is set up the same way. So like just in general, should I not use this device to do onion rings in it? Or can I use mine to do onion rings, but I need to have it set on like the bake setting instead of having it set on the air fryer setting? Let me know. Hello, Vanessa, Glenda, Lily, and Brittany. Hello to Shauna. Okay, so I was right. Hello to Shauna. Hello, Christina. Reading Fourth Wing with Vanessa and doing Cal with Nicole. I'm assuming this has something to do with crafting, but I don't. And I know you've said before because this is not the first time that you've done this with Nicole, but I can't remember what it stands for. But I'm pretty sure it has something to do with crafting. Remember to hydrate. Check the laundry. Yes, I do have some stuff in the. I have some stuff in the dryer and the washing machine. So the stuff in the dryer, I need to check to make sure that it's dry, and then take it out and fold it and put it away. The stuff that's in the washing machine, assuming the stuff in the dryer is dry, it needs to be moved over to the dryer. Because I changed my sheets and stuff today, so I switched over. I got rid of all because I have like Christmas theme, like bedding and all that kind of stuff, whatever. So I took all that stuff down today. I don't normally do it on the first. This is probably the first year I've ever taken down my Christmas stuff actually on the first. But I was like, you know what? I've been off for a couple of days. I was home. I didn't have anything to do until tonight. So I was like, well, let's just knock this out the park. So I washed my sheets, and then I had another pair of sheets that I got as like a what do you call it? Not a PR package, but it was something that a company sent to me to like review it or whatever. So I washed those because when I took those out the package, they smelled super weird. I don't even know what that smell was. It was a mixture between smelling like cardboard and also smelling like some kind of chemical. It was not a pleasant smell. So I was like, yeah, I can't even test these out. Like I wanted to like just like put them on the bed just to see like what they look like, make sure they fit and stuff like that because I didn't want to wash it and then it shrinks and then it doesn't fit or whatever. But I was like, I can't even put this on my bed because this smells so awful. So those are also those also need to get washed today. Hello, Chris. How are you? It has been a good day. I hope that you have had a good day as well. Only got gifts from my mom this year, and our family adults can buy their own gifts. I mean, that's fair. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that as you get older, Christmas becomes more, or whatever holiday it is that you celebrate where you exchange gifts, it becomes more practical. Like I feel like when you're a kid, like it's more exciting, and as when you're an adult, it's much more practical. Where it's hey, like here are some socks, like here are some underwear, here are some like here's like my mom got my dad like a cutlery set, like just very basic everyday functional things. So it's nothing wrong with only getting a gift from your mom. That's totally fine. And yeah, also as an adult, I find that I am very not picky when it comes to gifts, but I don't like for people to waste their money on me. So I will tell people like if it's not on my wish list, like please don't buy it. And that's not me being ungrateful. It's me trying to like scare you your money on something that I'm not going to use. So yeah, I a lot of times I'm just like, just give me a gift card. And I used to think that gift cards were like really informal and like, oh, you didn't put any thought into this, like you just got a gift card. But now I'm like, no, no, no. Gift cards are great because then I can go and buy whatever I want to buy instead of you buying something and then me being like, I'm not gonna use this. Hello, Jamie. Happy New Year. 3 hours in. Okay, on the edge of my seat. Oh, okay, that's good. That's exciting. That's good to hear. I'm excited now. I have been on the fence about that book in particular compared to like some of the other ones because I've heard like mixed things. But that's good that you're on the edge of your seat. Vanessa still sprinting. Okay, till about 8-ish. She's in a chatty bit. Okay, nice. Sip sip. I have not even cracked open. So this is what I will be drinking today. I have never heard of this. Let me put this closer to the camera. I've never heard of this brand before. Never seen this before. I just so happened to be in the store. I actually went in the store not even to buy wine. I went into the store to buy. It was supposed to be bourbon, and then I didn't realize until I got home that it was actually scotch. That was not on purpose. But I went in there to buy bourbon, and then I ended up seeing this, and I was like, you know what? Like it's supposed to be not healthy, but like low calorie. I think it's like only 90 calories or something like that. I think it says it. The camera's like backwards for me, but yeah, it says it down here that it's like supposed to be like lower in calories. So I was like, you know what? I know some people are like trying to start the year off with like fitness goals, weight loss goals, healthy, type of stuff. So let's go with something that's a little bit lower on the calorie side. So we are going to see how this turns out. I'm going to taste this for the first time with you guys. And where did I put it? Oh, I'm gonna put this in here. I've had this for a long time and I've just never used it because I forgot I had it, honestly. It's a wine stopper, obviously. It's also a spout so you can pour out of it. But the metal piece that goes inside, you put it in the freezer and it like gets frozen, it gets cold. And so it helps to keep your bottle cold, which is nice so that I don't have to put my bottle like back in the refrigerator. I can just leave it right next to me. So if I want to refill, don't have to go anywhere. So let's see. Oh, it smells a lot stronger than I thought it was going to smell just because it's like low calorie. I thought it was going to be kind of like, I don't know, watered down or diluted. And what is this? Is this a Pinot? Yeah, this is a Pinot. Hmm. Oh, wow. Oh, that is like refreshing. Oh my gosh. Hmm. I'm going to have to remember this for the summertime. This would be really good in the summer. I'm like shocked at how good that was. I was not expecting it to be that good. Wow. Never Lies. See, that's what everybody says. Everybody that I know that has read Never Lie, they really, really like it. And I'm like, okay, maybe that'll be the last one that I read because, like I said, I don't want to start on a high and then have everything else go down from there. Hello, Alicia. Happy New Year. Oh no, still sick with the new antibiotics, starting to turn around. Oh, that's good. I'll be picking my TBR today. Speaking of that, I will also be doing some TBR stuff today. I think if you guys are interested, feel free to let me know if you're not in the comments. But I don't plan on doing like a formal video. Actually, let me double check because I wrote down all the videos that I plan to put out for the month of January. Let me just make sure that this is not on it. Yeah. So I don't have any intentions at this time to do an actual like sit down video where I talk about my January TBR. But if you guys are interested to know what's on my January TBR, maybe during one of the chatty bits, I will go through and like just tell you guys what's on my TBR. Since I won't be doing like an actual like video for it. If you're not interested in that, that's totally fine. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there in case you guys are interested to stick around because I will probably be doing that during one of the chatty bits. Got lots of journaling stickers from my mom. Ooh, my aunt gave me a Y soft pretty. I don't know what that means. A Y soft. Oh, a pretty blanket. Because it gave me a gorgeous cardigan. She knows I love cardigans. Plus with a pair of socks. Oh, nice. That's awesome. I also got a blanket. I got a heated blanket from my uncle. I actually ended up giving it to my mom because I have one and she doesn't have one. So I was like, you know what? Like you will benefit from this more than I will. I will happily take a second one, but since she didn't have one at all, I was like, you can have this. You will benefit from this more than I will. What I really want is a weighted blanket. Did I talk about this on sprints? I don't remember if I talked about this before. Did this happen before or after my last sprint? But we did a white elephant at work, and I was the second to last person to get to pick, which is a great spot to be in. Like, the only thing better than being second to last is being last because you get to see all the gifts get open. And so when it's your turn, you already know what you want to steal. So I had my eyes on this weighted blanket, and it had been passed around once or twice, and I was like, that's what I want. Let's hope that, when it's my turn, because we did like a spinner wheel, so I didn't know that I was going to be second to last. We just spun every time to see like who was next, and I just so happened to be second to last. And so when it was my turn, stole that weighted blanket, and I was like, this bad boy is coming home with me. And then the last person, they stole something from someone, and then the first person that goes gets to steal, because technically if you're the first person to go, you don't have anybody to steal from. So the first person that went, she stole my weighted blanket, y'all. So I came home without a weighted blanket, and I was so sad. I got like an emulsifier. Is that what it's called? Like the thing that like whips or whatever. I got that. So like that's cool. But I really wanted that weighted blanket. I'm still sore about that. But that's awesome that you got some journaling stickers. Speaking of which, you guys probably saw. Did you see? Maybe not. Maybe not in the intro, but you'll see like in the outro probably that I have a journal here that I'm going to be working on during these sprints. Probably for the rest of the year, you will be seeing this book quite a lot. And I have a couple of different journals, like gratitude journals, like daily journaling, like all that kind of stuff, whatever, like guided journal type stuff. I have like maybe two or three of them. Some of them I got like last Christmas. Some of them I already had and I just never finished. Like I started using them and then just fell off or whatever. But this one is very special. Hold on, I have to make sure this stays awake. This one is very special because this, if you guys are not familiar with this book, if you've never seen this before, I don't know if I've showed this before, if you guys maybe have seen it somewhere. But this is a very special book because this is Kat Graham's book and it is signed. And she gave this to me when I met her. When did I meet her? In June last year. And so this is her guided journal. So I will be using this starting this year. So that's cool that you got some journaling stickers, and maybe I should look into getting journaling stickers. That's cool. First freedom. Oh, is it called the X? What is the X? I know she has the coworker. I know she has the boyfriend. I don't think I've ever heard of the X. I'm gonna have to look into that. Let me put that in so that I don't forget to go back to that. Okay. Hello, Coda. Happy New Year. Can't whine tonight. I whined till past 4. Oh my gosh. Just got up. I'm hungry. Oh my gosh. We'll definitely get some food. Put something on your stomach. I'm glad that you had a wonderful time and stayed up till 4 a.m. That's amazing. Hello to Christina. But super thankful. That's good. Yeah. Hello to Coda. Hello to everyone in the chat and welcome and Happy New Year. So sweet. My surprising gift this year was a botanical Lego set from my Nana and a special edition book of a hooked. Ooh, nice. That's really cool. Oh my gosh, the comments just jumped. Where did I just leave off at? Oh my gosh. Hello. Okay. That's cool. I know I feel like we need to find. I know. I'm trying to get better and be around more now that I'm slowly settling back in. I think I have one more room left to work on, and that's the living room. The living room is still kind of a disaster. But it's a slowly, work in progress. So I'm hoping that by the end of January, my living room will be finished. And then once my living room is done, I'm done here. There is still stuff that is at my mother's house that is not coming back here, but like something needs to be done with it. It can't just stay there taking up her space. So I will have to go over there and deal with that stuff. But that's a problem for future me. I have the housemaid books, the locked door. Ooh, yes, I'm down for the buddy up. I don't know when I'll be able to get to it, but we'll talk. We'll talk so we can put some time on the calendar and figure out when we're gonna try out Miss McFadden. Hello to Brittany, Lily, to Neil, and everyone. Hello to Sammy and Alicia. Show me scream slippers. I'll get them during the next sprint. Remind me when we go into a sprint to go get them because they're in my bedroom. I just have on socks, like regular socks right now. Hello to Niece, Sammy, Lily, Brittany, Tanil, Ashley, Coda, Jamie, and anyone that I missed. Okay. I haven't, but I will have a spinner boat. Ooh, excellent. I can't wait to see it. That's so cool. Hello to Glenda. Happy New Year. Hello, Brie. How are you? Hello to Christina, Glenda, and Coda. Hello to Brie. That's just my opinion. I need to play with it more. We have okay, Air Crisp. Okay. Okay. So when you do you use bake sitting or bake sitting? You use the bake. Oh, what just happened? Why did my camera just go out? That was weird. Do you use the bake setting or do you use like the air fryer like crisp setting when you do your onion rings? Crochet along. Okay. I knew it had something to do with crafting. Hello to Vanessa, Glenda, Denise, Sammy, Lily, Taneo, Brittany, Christina, Chris, Jamie, Bree, Shauna, Swank, Alicia, T84, and anyone I missed. Hello to Lily. Hello to Coda. Everyone's saying hello. Happy New Year to Chris. Happy New Year to Coda. Currently reading Off Limits by Astra Rose. Oh, I haven't heard of that. Okay, how are you liking that? My most surprising gift was a cock full of hot sauce. No, it's literally a cock shaped bottle of hot sauce. When I read that, I was like, I'm just gonna continue to read because maybe this will make more sense as I go. Okay, that makes more sense. That's interesting. Where did they whoever bought that for you? Where did they find that? Cheers with my peppermint water. Very nice. That sounds delicious, actually. Trying to finish reading Royal Holiday by Jasmine Guillory, then starting reading one of the books I picked to read for TBR-thon. Very nice. So Vanessa says she's doing one more 45-minute sprint, so she can chat a bit before YouTube cuts her off. Cool. Okay, 90 minutes. There you go. Cool. We'd love to know what you're okay. Cool. So we'll do that probably not when we come back for the next chatty bit, but the one after that. We will jump into some TBR things. Hello to Coda. Would love to know the TBR. Cool. Oh yeah, Ati is also sprinting. Thank you, Nightbot. And the comments just jumped. And where the heck did I leave off? There we go. I know, right? When I saw this, when they said that they were gonna give us a copy of her book, I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I saw it and I was like, oh, this is beautiful. Like, hello? It's so gorgeous. And the back is cute too. What does it say on the back? Take yourself through the sunshine, the storms, the blooming flowers, and the falling leaves in your life. It's so cute. I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is why I love her. She's amazing. Thanks. I mean, I didn't design it, but thanks. Hello, Donna. How are you? Hello, Katie. Happy New Year. Mom got me stuff like face masks and candles and earrings. The face mask and the candles will definitely come in handy. My dad got me a Jackery, rechargeable power station and a solar panel to use. Oh, cool. That's very like practical. I like that. That's cool. I just got home, filling my face with the Dutch food. Did not fully eat. What did you have? I know you said there's like a lot of fried food. What did they fry? I need to know. Hello to Donna and Katie. Hello to Donna. Hello to Coda, Christina, Glenda, and Donna. Hello to Coda, Swank, and Lily. Yes. Hello, Jean. Have to count my knit stitches. Need to count up 220. Oh, wow, that's a lot. Also at 51% of Six Scorched Roses. Absolutely loving this book. Nice. I have a ghost face. Ooh, I like it. I like it. Hello to Jean. Happy New Year's. Pretty sure we use the air fryer setting. So next I'll try the bigs. Okay, cool. Nice. Yeah, let me know how that turns out. You have a weird. Oh, do I? That's not good. Huh. Not sure what setting I need to. change. I'm not sure how to fix that. Let me know if you guys still hear it, but I'm not sure how to fix that. Normally, when there's an echo, it's because the sound is coming out of your screen or your speakers or whatever and is like going back into the microphone. But my headphones are plugged in, so I can't hear anything. Like there's no sound coming out of the computer. So I don't know why I will be doing that. That's weird. Hello, Vanessa. The fireworks. Looks like we can both stream. I know, right? I just found this out. I think it was Katie that I found this out from because she was talking on her sprints the other day about the fact that I think her and Rainey were sprinting at the same time, and I was like, oh, cool. Hello to Coda, Donna, and Katie. Hello to Jean. Don't hear an echo. That's good. Hello to Vanessa. Hello to Christina. Thank you. Those are the links. That is the link for Atia sprints in case you guys want to sprint hop. Who is the her for the book? Oh, who is the person that wrote this? That wrote this book? Kat Graham. So if you've ever watched The Vampire Diaries, she is the actress that plays Bonnie, aka Queen. Yeah, that's her book. I'll send you. Okay. Yes, please. Hello to Jean. Don't hear an echo. Good. Thank goodness. Hello to Sammy. Don't hear an echo either. Okay, good. Good. You guys had me worried. Don't hear any echo, Jean. Check to see if you have. Oh yeah, another tab open or something. That would make sense. That makes sense. Off limits is feeling like, oh no, a 2 or a 2.5. That's sad. Well, hopefully it's over soon and you can move on to something that you are going to enjoy a little bit more. Yes, I felt it. I felt my watch vibrate, and I know that vibrate pattern means that I got an Instagram message. So we're there. We're there. Let me see. So you guys may have noticed before we go into our first sprint, I do want to kind of just address it's not really an elephant, but just address the fact that the vibe is a little bit different. So hopefully you guys are enjoying this little bit of a different vibe that I have going on. Moving forward for 2025, I want to try to refocus Wind Down Wednesday sprints and make them kind of match better with the name. Because I feel like having reading and productivity sprints is kind of conflicting with winding down. Like, how are you both winding down and also focusing on productivity? Like, those two things just in general don't seem to mesh. I'm going to explain why they do mesh, but I think that just on the surface, those things kind of seem like opposites. So I kind of wanted to refocus the whole like premise of these sprints and do more with like relaxing, resetting, resting, self-care, meditating, journaling, like those kind of things. So that is what these sprints are going to be, or at least that is my plan for these sprints for 2025, is to do less productivity, like active productivity, and do more like inward focused stuff. So that could be self-care, that could be skincare, that could be journaling, that could be meditating, that could be reading, because reading, can be relaxing. It could be crocheting, knitting, whatever, coloring, like whatever it is for you that helps you to wind down, that helps you to find like, I guess, like that peace. The day can be very chaotic. So as you can see, as you can see, like throughout the day, you work hard, you do a lot of things throughout the day. So in the evening, and I know for some people it's not evening where you are because time zones, but in the evening, you want to be able to decompress, you want to be able to relax, but also have fun. And so that is what I want the focus of these sprints to be, versus it being like, oh, I got to do this and I got to do this and I got to do this, and like just more restfulness, more like focusing on you. Like take this time. If you have like a family, like if you have like kids and things like that, understandably, like you probably have to do things with or for them. That makes sense. I'm not telling you to neglect your family, but just like do something that is like just for you. Like take this time to do something that is just for you, something that benefits you more than it benefits like anybody else. So like I said, if that's meditating and that's what brings you like peace and zens you out, then like do that. or if it's, drinking some wine and just relaxing, listening to music, do that. If it's watching a TV show that you've been binging, like for me, I've been binge watching One Tree Hill. That show has me in a chokehold and I'm obsessed. Then do that. Don't feel obligated to like have to do things during this sprint, if that makes sense. Just enjoy whatever it is that like brings you joy. That is what I kind of want to do with these sprints for this year. So enough about that. Excuse me. Let's see what's next. That's true. Maybe that's what caused the echo when my camera like randomly blacked out for no reason. That was very weird. I don't know why I did that. Oh, girl, same. I love that girl. She is. Excuse me. I thought that I really like Kat Graham, and anybody who knows me knows how obsessed I am. You guys at this point know we did a whole readathon. How obsessed I am with the Vampire Diaries, and Kat has always been my favorite character on the show. But after meeting her, I am just like so much more like obsessed with this girl. Like she's just such an incredible like person. Not only is she like talented, she can sing and she can dance and she can act and she's gorgeous, but like as a person, like her heart, oh my gosh, like what an incredible human. I have like the utmost respect for everything that she does. She's also like a humanitarian and an activist, and it's just like, wow, how do I get to be you? Like I want to be you when I grow up. Hello, Cherie. How are you? Happy New Year. Love the new vibes. My resolution is to do more self-care. I'm assuming that's supposed to say nails, hair, and spa. Yeah, that's another thing. Like if you guys like if you're the kind of person that does your own nails, like here's time blocked off for you to just like do your nails or do whatever it is that you want to do for yourself. Stuffing your face with food. Exactly. I will definitely be doing a dinner sprint for sure. Yes. Love that. Thanks. Also, my first book of the year. What a great start. Which brings me to my like last question for you guys is what is your first read of the year? Technically, my first read of the year was The Most Wonderful Crime of the Year, but I started that book before today. I just finished it today. So my actual first book that I'm going to be starting this year, excuse me, is Empire of the Vampire. I think it's Jay Kristoff is the author of that. I am buddy reading this with Danny, Leandra, and Rainey. Have not started it yet, so I plan on doing that at some point during these sprints. It probably won't be the first thing that I do, but at some point during these sprints, I do plan on starting that. But that will be my first book starting in 2025. But what is the first book that you guys are going to be or have already started in 2025? And if you've finished a book already, let me know that too. Like if you started and finished a book, let me know that too, because that's impressive. Hello, Kiana. How are you? Kids want something. No, please relax. Yeah, I'm not encouraging people to neglect their family. Your children are still important. Your spouses, like other people still matter. But I do want people to try to focus on like doing something that brings them joy, because I feel like we spend a lot of time doing things for other people, whether we realize it or not. Sometimes things can have a dual purpose where like, oh, it brings you joy, so it brings me joy. But it's like, what's something that like I'm not doing for you, I'm doing for me, if that makes sense. Something that like nobody else might not get a kick out of me painting my nails, but I'm gonna get a kick out of painting my nails. You know what I mean? I'll be cooking for my son, which I love to do. Ooh, bringing Vampire Diaries. Determined to finish it this time. Yay! Love that. Love that. I also love Bonnie. I love the direction that you want to take sprints this year. I'm wanting to journal more consistently, so I'm going to make Wind Down Wednesday my time to do that each week. Same. That is the exact same thing that I'm planning to do. In addition to this book that I'm going to be doing, which is, like I said, Kat's Guided Journal, I also got this book for Christmas. I mean, I picked it out. I told my mom that I wanted this, but she bought it for me. So this is the Bible in 52 weeks. So this is also kind of like a guided journal as well, but it's more like biblical based. So I will also be using this time to work on this as well. So hopefully this is productive. Hopefully I stay up to date with this, because obviously the idea, if it's 52 weeks, the idea is that if I start this today, then by the end of the year, I will have completed the entire book, unless I skip a day or skip a week or skip a couple of weeks. So hopefully I actually like stay consistent with this. So hold me accountable for this throughout the year. If you don't see me talking about this or you don't see me using this, say something. Like harass me about the fact that I should be using this. Let's see. Winding down type of things. Yep, journaling sprints would be good, and a glass of wine. Exactly. Can't spell. No, oh, okay, not bringing. Focusing on cleaning up my finances. Okay, this is smart too. This is smart. And that could bring you joy. I imagine that if you have like things that are outstanding, if you have debt or anything like that, that could be like a very stressful thing. So working on that could bring you peace once your finances are, everything is in order. That is definitely something that will bring you peace and joy, I imagine. Oh no, Shauna, wait. Oh, talking about the star rating for the book. Is that what we're talking about with this comment? I'm not sure. No audiobook will be Fairy Tale by Stephen King. Nice. The only book that I read by him is 11/22/63, and that took me several months to get through. So it'll probably be a while before I pick up another Stephen King book because it is such a commitment to read his stuff. I'll be finishing reading The Royal Holiday, then start on one of my books to read for TBR-thon. Very nice. Finished the book from 2024 first, but started Well of Ascension. Okay, and Ember of the Ashes. Ooh, is Ember in the Ashes? Is that is it Saba Tahir or something like that? Is that who the author is for that book? 103 pages into Fourth Wing, so I could switch my focus and finish that first. Then it'll be a 5-star. Nice. There you go. Start the year off with a high. I don't know what my first book of the year will be yet. I'll come back to the question. That's fine. Take your time, prioritize some other things. That's okay. Hello to Kiana. Ooh. Are you loving this book? I have this book literally right next to me because it's on my TBR cart. Ooh, I want to read this book so bad, but I'm like, pace yourself. There are other things that you need to read first. First of all, this book is so pretty. I really want this in like a hardback because this is so gorgeous. But yeah, I have been wanting to read. I think I bought this in May when me and Leandra and Katie, Vanessa, and Brie, when we all met up. I'm pretty sure this was the book that I got when we went to Barnes and Noble, and I just haven't read it yet. But the title, first of all, is like, how can you say no to this? But also, like I said, the cover is just so pretty. It reminds me of like a similar style as far as like the cover work. It reminds me of a similar style of The Tainted Cup, which is another book that I want to read. I think that book is on my 25 and 25. But the main reason, I don't even know what it's about. It's just a really pretty cover, and I'm like, I want to read this book. And I heard Danny say good things about it. Do I remember what she said about it? No. But did she say good things? I'm pretty sure she did. So The Tainted Cup is on my list of books that I want to read this year. Read my buddy read pages of Our Violent Delight. Gonna start When the Moon Hatched for Dee Dee's read along. I'm gonna message you about this. Finishing the audiobook. Oh, Mad Honey and starting the Frozen River physically. Okay. How is Mad Honey going? What are you thinking so far? Happy New Year. How are you, Camilla? Your avatar, like your profile picture is so pretty. Finished reading Fourth Wing a half hour ago and enjoyed it. Nice. My first read I've started since 2025 is The Hazelwood by Melissa Albert. It's going to take a while to finish because I'm annotating, so I'll be starting and finishing several books before I'm done with it. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Hello to Lily. Participating in TBR-thon. So on and off, yes. I'm not like hardcore committing, but like I will be in and out basically. Because I have things that I still have to catch up on from 2024 that I'm not finished yet with. And then I have stuff that I need to do in preparation for next month because there's something happening next month. I'm sure there are people in the comments that know what's happening next month, but I'm not going to be the one to spoil it in case it's not public knowledge. So need to get some stuff ready for that. So I will be participating in TBR-thon light. That is the version that I'm participating in. Thank you, Nightbot. And we are going to get to a sprint very soon because we are close to the end of the comments. Really enjoyed Fairy Tale. That's good. I hear that to read Fairy Tale, there are some other books that you should read first because I think some of the characters from his other books are somehow like related to the characters in Fairy Tale. But I don't know enough about his stuff to tell you which books. Okay, yeah, Sabata here. I want to read them all in 2020. Ooh, those books look good. I have no idea what they're about, but they look good. I like them when you see them all together, like just the covers of them and stuff is like very aesthetic. And I hear good things about them, but I have no idea what it's about. Therefore, I don't know if it's something that I will ever read. But every time I see it, I'm like, I should read that. Oh, it's so good. Okay, Neil Patrick Harris. Oh, really? He narrates it? I'm enjoying I agree the cover entitled because like I said, I bought it back in May and I had never heard anybody talk about it. It just was sitting on like one of those like tables or whatever. And I was like, work for your employer. What's this? Yes, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Remember to hit that like button. Tainted Cup with a sorceress comes to call for my top. Ooh, really? Okay. Good to know. Hello to Cherie, Kiana, and Camilla. That honey is great. Really wasn't expecting the twist. Ooh, I've been on the fence for a while about Mad Honey. I want to think what is her name? Gabby Reeds. I think was the first person. Dang, now that I just think about it, I haven't watched a Gabby Reeds video in months. I probably didn't make sure she's still posting videos. It's been a minute. I completely forgot about her until just now. But I think she was the one that I first heard talk about this book, and I was like, this might be good, but I'm not sure. Hello, Dakota. I need to read Something Wicked This Way Comes by Ray Bradbury because fairy tale is okay. That makes sense. But I think there is another book that's by Stephen King that's some kind, or maybe I'm getting my books mixed up, but I thought it was fairy tale. What's the other one that he did? There's another one. Maybe it's another book. Maybe it's not fairy tale. But I thought there was another one where like there's a character from one of his other books that is somehow like related to or shows up in fairy tale. I can't remember. A bunch of people picked up the series recently because the author published a new book last year. So I've been hearing lots of good things. So far, 25% in. Okay, cool. Very nice. Hello, Dakota. Oh, yep, that's what it is. It's Holly. Yep. See, you're here. Thank you. I knew there was some book that like came out relatively recently that was somehow connected to some of his other books. Hello, Dakota, and Happy New Year. And Happy New Year to Kiana. All right, we have finally made it to the end of the comments. I'm going to star this last one from Camilla. That way we don't lose our place. And I'm going to pull up the timer and we are going to jump into our first sprint. It is going to be an hour-long sprint. That much is not changing. Hopefully my computer can handle this because y'all know how my computer is very weak. Let's see. Is it sharing? Okay, there we go. All right. I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. Sorry about that. I could not get my computer to unmute and my cursor was stuck. But we are back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go, or whatever it is that you decided to do during that sprint? How did it go? I got through the first section of this. I like the way that this is broken down, and the title of this makes a lot more sense now that I've read like the introduction and stuff. Also, let me take this banner off the screen because this is really big. Let me see. Take this down. If you haven't answered the question though, what was your or what is your first read of the year? If you haven't already answered it, but the way this is called, it's called Seasons of You. And so I love the fact that it starts off breaking down basically your life into seasons. And it uses the seasons like winter, spring, whatever, to kind of talk about the things that are happening in your life. So, like it says for winter, this is the season of inner reflection. Also, before I read these, it tells you on the first page that you can start wherever you are in the year, but also like wherever you are in life. So like even though like right now for me it's winter, if I based on these descriptions feel like my life is in like the summer season, then I would start with summer even though technically it's winter. So you can start like wherever. But it says for winter, this is the season of inner reflection and reset. This is a great season to start with if you're finding yourself in a space where you are ready to take on the next chapter of your life or experiencing a loss of some kind. In this season, we'll cover reflection, intention, and organization. And then for the spring, it says this is the season for inviting new relationships and experiences to manifest. If you're ready to bring new adventure and experiences into your life, you're entering your spring. In this season, we'll cover flexibility, creativity, and new beginnings. For summer, this is the season to radiate and shine through your inner power. If you have recognized your truths and are ready to stand in your power, you have entered into your summer. In this season, we'll cover realization, empowerment, and awakening. And then for fall, it says this is the season for letting go of anything that no longer serves you. If you find yourself in the struggle of change, loss, and letting go, you are in your fall season. In this season, we'll cover release, surrender, and radical change. So I just like the way that this kind of like broken up. So I think out of the four, the one that I most closely relate to right now is probably winter, which is just coincidence that it is actually winter right now. I think that if I had started this maybe like a month or two or maybe 3 ago, I definitely would have been in like fall, the whole like release and surrender to like the whole process that was going on with the house. But now that that is mostly over, I feel like I'm now in a position where I am kind of looking to reset and organize. And I think that I would like to be in my spring phase where I'm inviting new relationships and experiences, but I'm just not ready for that yet. So like it kind of just worked out perfectly that I am in the winter season in the winter. So but again, like I said, you don't have to be. You can pick whatever season you feel like you most closely relate to. So I did the first activity for that. I think there's 3 activities, I want to say, something like that. I actually haven't looked at all of them. But I saw that there was at least 3. I know that. But I did the first one, so that is done. And then I also read the introduction for this, and I really like the introduction of this. I'm very interested to see how this is going to go. I'm really hoping that I can stick with this throughout the year. Yearly commitments are hard for me. Like if it's like a week or a month or something, I'm like, I got you. But a whole year, it's like, we'll see. We'll see if I can stick to it that long. But I like the way that this is broken down too, because it basically gives you some like not discussion questions, but like they call them points to ponder. So it's like questions for like reflection on your life and stuff. It basically is a way to try to help you, one, read your Bible daily, which is something that I definitely struggle with. I definitely don't read my Bible on a daily basis. But also it's supposed to help kind of like guide you through it and help you to better understand it. It even acknowledges that one of the reasons why a lot of people don't read their Bible very often is because of like the language and the way that it's written. It's confusing and stuff. And so this is supposed to allegedly help with that. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. I would love that. That would be fantastic because I am one of those people, guilty, where I don't really read it that often because I'm like, I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't know what's happening. The wording in this doesn't make sense. Then when you try to read translations that are a little more modern, some of the meaning behind some of these scriptures are lost if you do some of that comparison to like what the word is that's used in the new version what versus what like the original Hebrew or Greek word is. It's like that means something completely different than what this version is saying. So it is a struggle for me. So I'm hoping that this book will help. But yeah, it gives you some questions to kind of like reflect and stuff like that, try to incorporate things into your daily life. And it gives you some actions. So, like, one of the actions for the week is decide in your heart to think and speak positively, replacing negative words with positive ones. So, there's 4 actions. That's just, no, just kidding. It's 3 actions for the week. That's just the first one. So, yeah, and then it gives you a daily reading guide. So, like for day 1, which would be today, I'm supposed to read Genesis chapters 1 through 4. So, I will do that probably not in the next sprint because the next sprint is probably going to be a dinner sprint. But the sprint after that, I will probably go ahead. Before I jump into Empire of the Vampire, I'll read Genesis 1 through 4. One of the things that I liked that I highlighted actually, and I don't highlight physically too many books. Usually, if I'm highlighting stuff and annotating stuff, I do it digitally, like in Kindle or something like that, or Apple Books or whatever. But I actually physically highlighted this because I felt like I was being personally attacked. But it's talking about the story of like Abraham and Sarah and how like God said that they were gonna have a child and stuff like that, and they were like, "Oh, like we're old, like we're not gonna be able to have kids," and God's like, "No, you will." And so they were waiting and waiting, waiting, and it never happened. They're like, "I don't think this is gonna happen." And so Sarah was like, "How about like she goes to Abraham? She's like, why don't you sleep with my servant or my maid or whatever, and then that way she can have a kid, and then we'll just like that'll just be our kid." And it talks about the fact that like God allowed that to happen, but He didn't ordain it. And I'm sure it'll get further into that as I go. But it basically, the whole point of them bringing up that story in this book is to say that you shouldn't take matters into your own hand. Like just because you feel like things are happening on your time doesn't mean that they're not going to happen. And sometimes when you try to force things to happen, it turns out worse than if you had just been patient and let it work out the way that it was intended to work out. So I felt a little personally attacked by that because I'm definitely guilty of that. So I highlighted that. But yeah, that is what I did during that sprint. Like I said, the next sprint is probably going to be a dinner sprint. And then we'll see where we're at after that. But let me see where I left off in the comments. Also, I don't think I ever answered the question of what was a surprising gift that I got. I asked you guys the question, but I don't think I ever answered it. My answer, a gift that was the most surprising gift, was a gift that I got from my dad. It was a at-home like training. How do I describe what this is? It's basically a way for you to train, like use your firearms and train at home instead of having to go to like the range and pay money to train there. Going to the range, if you've ever been, it can be expensive because if you have to rent a firearm, that costs money. I don't have to do that anymore because I have my own. But back when I didn't have my own, it was expensive. And then ammo is expensive, whether you get it from the place or whether you order on your own or go to the store and buy it yourself. Ammo is quite expensive now. And then a lot of times you have to pay not only to rent the firearm, to purchase the ammo, but then the actual like lane itself that you're using to be there for an hour or however long the time is. That also costs money. So it adds up. It's very easy to spend like a lot of money at the range. So the fact that my dad got me something that I can like set up in my bedroom and practice at home, love that. Was not expecting to get that. And I said earlier, like I'm very picky when like people buy things for me because I don't like for people to buy me things that I haven't like asked for because I don't want them to waste their money on something. But this was something that I had not asked for, didn't even know existed. And I was like, oh, this is good. Like this was a good gift. Like, so if anyone, you know, if you have someone in your life, maybe a spouse, a boyfriend, a husband, or a girlfriend, you know, wife, whatever, you know, obviously ladies do it too. If you're looking for something so that they can train at home, look up Strike Man. Highly recommend. But let's see. Let's jump into these comments. And she, oh, okay. Yeah, I think we're talking about Holly. Love Holly, just a great character. See, I haven't read these books, so I don't know. First read of the year is a third. Wow, this is your third reread. I didn't even realize that this is your third go round. Wow, love that for you. Hello and happy New Year to Camille. Hello, Bryce. My first read of the year will be Jade Shards by Fonda Lee. Oh, it's a Greenbone Saga novella. Oh, okay, I haven't heard of this one. It's my last book in this world, which is really heartbreaking. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that there was a novella that went with this series. Is it new? That's interesting. I haven't heard anybody talk about this. Hello and happy New Year's to Bryce. Same to you, Glenda. Hello, Jess. Chilling out with crochet, probably napping soon. Listening to The Light We Lost, which is turning out to be a very meaningful romance. So that's good. I'm glad that you're liking it. Hello to Jess. Hello, Janelle. Happy New Year. Finishing The Stone Witch of Florence. Oh, I haven't heard of this. What genre is this? I'm assuming that it must be fantasy, but I have not heard of this. It kind of sounds like it's going to be like historical fantasy, but maybe I could be wrong. Let me know. Almost halfway through my audiobook. Excellent. Read 73 pages. That is awesome. That is fantastic. Hello, Lexi. Completely forgot it was Wednesday. Sitting down. I think I'll start Iron Flame. Nice. Yeah, honestly, if I hadn't set a reminder, I probably wouldn't even be sitting here right now. When I don't go to work for several days in a row, I have no concept of like what day it is. So it took me a while for me to even realize, like, oh, like today's Wednesday, like, because it felt like a Saturday or something. I guess, like I said, I've just been off too many days in a row, but it felt very weird. I was like, oh, today's Wednesday. It's the middle of the week. Like, what an odd time for for a holiday. Saw some booktube, nice, and then started a movie. Ooh, what movie? Oops, why did I go backwards? Why did that just happen? Had a video chat with my grandkids and son. Nice. Got to 80% in Mad Honey. Very good. Hope the chat went well. Hope everyone's doing all right. Took my antibiotics. Good. Had some dino nuggets. Nice. Cheese and crackers. Took my January TBR. Think I'll start with my graphic novel, which is Over My Dead Body by Sweeney Boo. Oh, I haven't heard of this. I like the title though. Made dinner, relaxed, played a little Assassin's Creed. Very nice. What'd you have for dinner? 365 out of 466 pages of terms and conditions. Is this your first time reading this? For some reason, I feel like you've read this already, but maybe you read one of the other books in this series because terms and conditions is what the second book. So maybe I'm remembering when you read the first book. But how are you liking it? Put pork green chili out to thaw. Last batch. Aw, made a coffee and some chicken salt popcorn. What is chicken salt popcorn? What is chicken salt? I've never heard of this before. What makes the salt chicken salt? I'm so intrigued by this. Gonna make jalapeno cheddar brats. I think that's how you say that. And put green chili over them. Oh, that sounds good. Very nice. Uh, Also, for this jalapeno cheddar brats, obviously you're gonna use jalapenos, but are you gonna use any hot sauce? Prepared meal prep containers. Listen to an audio. I know it's chores, but also to make for tomorrow. Self has less to do. That's still good though because this is still like for you. So it's not like you're not allowed to do chores. Like if this is something that you need to do, so that like sometimes I will do things because if I don't do it, it's just going to be sitting in my brain the entire time, being like, "Don't forget you need to do this. Don't forget you need to do this," and I'm not going to be able to like be at peace because I know in the back of my mind there's something that I still need to do. So if you need to do chores to like get that little voice in your head to like stop, annoying you, then like that's still good. It's still bringing you peace or joy or allowing you to kind of like let go of that and move on so that you can enjoy your time. Done sprinting, very nice. Did you finish the book? Have you finished Fourth Wing, or do you still have more left to go? I mean, not that you really need to finish it. You've read it twice already. Didn't read much. Just finished supper. Ooh, spaghetti and meatballs. Not going to work on the cow with Nicole. Oh, probably now going to work on the cow with Nicole. Nice. Hello and happy New Year's to Bryce. There are actually two novellas. Oh, they came out in the last 2 years. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Cool. First read of the year is the Name of the Wind. Starting out with a chunky read. I'm a huge fan of chunky reads. Nice. I love that for you. Do you have any other books that you already know that are like chunky that like you want to get to this year? I am not the biggest fan of chunky books because I prefer not instant gratification, but I like having books that are a little bit shorter because every time I check one off, like I get that little like surge of dopamine, like, yes, I did it. Versus a longer book, it like takes longer to get through it. And then I feel like I'm not accomplishing anything. But I love people who love chunky books as I can live vicariously through them. Hello, Bryce. We don't need to talk about my first read. A random smutty book to fill the 3 books on a cover prop for Pokemon. It was very forgettable. Interesting. That comment actually reminded me of something. Let me see. Let me go down. Also, I have a question for you guys. While I'm going through these comments, I still need like 3, maybe more reading goals for the year. If you guys have any suggestions or recommendations for reading goals, please put those in the comments because I've been trying to. I like to have 8 every year. And I think right now I have like 5 or 6 maybe. And I'm like, I am stumped. And I'm trying to make them like different, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want them to just be like repeats of what I did last year. They can be like maybe variations of things that I did last year or the year before, but not necessarily like for example, one of my goals for last year was to read, I don't know, like 4 Christian books. But that's because the year before, my goal was to read 2 Christian books. So I just up the number, but like the goal essentially is the same. So I'm trying to like change the goal. So like I don't think I have a goal of reading any Christian books for this year. I don't think for as far as I remember, I don't think that's on my list for this year. But like I think one year I had a goal to read a short story collection, an anthology, a set of essays, poetry, like anything that fell into like one of those categories would check off the box for that goal. And then for the following year, I made it more specific where I specifically said I wanted to read poetry. So it's not the exact same goal as before. It's more of like a narrow, like a more specific version of that goal. So like that's fine if I get like more specific or something, but like I don't want it to be like the same thing and just change the number. You know what I mean? So like if you guys have any suggestions of things that I can add to my goals, let me know because I'd like to get those finalized today since it's already 2025 now. Happy New Year's to Christina. Hello to Lexi. Also felt like, yeah, today definitely feels like the weekend. It's very weird. Hello to Coda. Happy New Year. Thank you, Nightbot. Today feels like a Saturday. Hello, Jen. How are you? Coming from Vanessa's channel tonight. Not sure if I'll work on my audio or 7 husbands. Ooh, but I'll be hanging out for a bit regardless. Is this the 7 husbands of Evelyn Hugo? Is that what we're talking about right now? I loved this book, and I haven't heard anybody talk about this book in so long. So if that's what you're talking about, that is so exciting for me. I think. Oh, okay. So much of Florence. Oh, it is a historical. Oh my gosh. Wow, I'm so shocked that I was right. That's crazy. Historical fantasy, and it's a debut. Oh, from Book of the Month. Took a chance and happy I did. Nice. Very cool. I was at work yesterday and knew it was Tuesday yesterday since we did post-op exams. Just escaped my brain today. Although I knew tomorrow was Thursday because I dread my Thursday doctor. Oh no. Yeah, sometimes I'm glad that like you experienced this because one time I had listen, let me explain, okay? This was so many years. This was like over a decade ago. But some might say that I forgot my boyfriend's birthday, my boyfriend at the time. Some might say that I forgot his birthday. I don't like to phrase it that way. I knew the date of his birthday. Like I knew that his birthday was on the 22nd. But for some reason, the date and the day of the week in my brain didn't line up. And so for some reason, I kept thinking that the 22nd was on Wednesday when really it was on Tuesday. So the whole like morning went by, afternoon, like I didn't text him because I went to work, like I was busy, I was doing things, I had class, I think I was in college at this time. And so it just slipped my mind. And then I was sitting at my desk because I worked on campus. I was sitting at my desk and I just so happened to like look in the corner, of like the computer where it says like the time and the date. And I was like, oh my gosh, today's the 22nd. Like, how long has it been the 22nd? And so I finally texted him and he was so angry because he thought that I forgot his birthday. And I'm like, I promise you, I know when your birthday is. I just didn't know that today was the 22nd. I thought that tomorrow was the 22nd. But at the same time, I also knew that the 24th was on Thursday. So it's like, if I thought that the 22nd was on Wednesday, how could the 24th be on Thursday? I realized that the math wasn't mathing, but for some reason it made sense in my head. And he was so mad at me. I wonder if he's still mad about that. But yeah, this comment just reminded me about that. That's so funny. It's funny now. It wasn't funny at the time. Made my son's pasta for dinner. We ate potato soup. He doesn't like soup. Oh no. Well, hopefully he enjoyed that soup. First time oh, okay. Oh, it's meh. Not as good as the fine print. Interesting. Okay. Based on what you've read so far and the fact that you're already on the second book out of the three, do you think that you'll continue and go ahead and read the last book? Or do you think that this book is kind of just like off putting and you're like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to continue the series? He's nice, kinda. He's just annoying, and I should not be directing the doctor on how to handle an emergency, which I do with him on the regular. Yeah, that's definitely not your responsibility. Currently posting a ton of books. Ooh, nice. Have to take a look and see what you got. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. About 25% through. Okay, didn't read nonstop today. Taking my time with books this year, but I'm aiming to finish by Friday. Nice. Okay. Yeah, you could. I'm sure you'll be able to do that. Thank you, Nightbot. Oh, yeah, thanks for hanging out with me, guys. What are the current goals? Hmm. I was trying to decide if I want to share them because I think I'm gonna do like an actual video where I talk about them. So if I do them all now, then there's no point in making that video. But let's just say that the goals are they're much different than what my goals were before. I think before my goals were much more like I want to read 5 manga, I want to read 2 nonfiction, I want to read at least 1 poetry book. And there maybe are a couple of goals that I have that are like along those lines. But my goals this year are a little more broad, I guess. They're not specific to like reading a certain number of a specific genre, if that makes sense. I've kind of opened it up to being like, I want to do more experiences versus like reading a certain number of pages or a certain number of books of a particular genre. Or I want to read, I'm trying to think of what some of my goals are. Like one of them is definitely like experience based. One of them I think is like author based versus it being book based. Some of them are more about like efficiency or like completion. So like for example, last year and the year before, I think I did like 5-star predictions and then I never actually read all of my 5-star predictions. So by the end of the year, I can't even say if I predicted correctly or not because half the books I didn't even read. So like just making sure that I actually read my 5-star predictions, like that's one of my goals, I think. So stuff like that. It's like a little more like broad versus it being like this many pages or this many, books of this particular genre, like just a little more like broad, I guess. Hopefully that answers your question. What are the reading goals? Oh yeah, same question. Not sure what goals you have already, but one of mine is to review every single book. That is a good goal. I am not going to take that on and adopt that because I know that I won't do that. I know that I'm not going to review every single book that I read. That's just not happening. I know myself well enough to know that that's not happening. But I do think that that's a really good goal. I would love to be the person that can do that. I set my number goal so far for 2025. Whoa, 144 books. That's amazing. 12 books a month, 110 more than wow. Oh my gosh. Wow. 110 more books than you had last year, which was your goal last year was 34. So what made you decide to go with this number? Because obviously 34 versus 144, these numbers are very different ballparks, right? So what made you decide to take like such a big jump from 34 to 144? What inspired that? I'm very curious. Could you do something like participate in X number of readathons or ones that you haven't done? Ooh, that's a good idea. Okay, where's my Okay. I like that. I like that. Read at least 3 books that were recommended by a friend who doesn't read similarly. Ooh. Okay. Okay. I like where your head's at, Vanessa. See, this is I love this. Okay, okay. I'm liking where this is headed. Yeah, it is, and I'm really oh, that's good. That's good. I'm so happy. Because like I said, it's been so long since I've heard anybody talk about this book. So I love that you're like reading it. I'm assuming this is you reading it for the first time and that you're enjoying it. Thanks, Christina. Yes, thank you so much. And yes, I already wrote it down in my notes to check the laundry when I go to do dinner because the laundry, like the wash machine and the dryer, is in the same place where like the oven and stuff is, so I can do all of that at once. But thank you so much for the reminder because I probably would have gone in there and still forgot. Mine so far for this year is to read 150 books. Oh my gosh, I read 135 in 2024, 4,000 pages, 5 nonfiction books. I'm doing multiple reading challenges on Storygraph. Nice. I used to set goals specifically for nonfiction, but I find that I don't really struggle to read nonfiction. I think, and I was just talking about this the other day, I think compared to a lot of like my friends on YouTube or like my peers or whatever you want to call them, I think I probably do read. Let me take that back because Vanessa probably reads nonfiction, but she's probably reading it like more so for work related purposes, not for like just entertainment or enjoyment or whatever. But as far as it's just like leisure, like enjoyment, like not work related, I would say that I probably Leandra might have me a little bit, but I probably read a decent amount of nonfiction compared to like my friends. So I haven't set a nonfiction goal specifically for this year because that's not something that I've struggled with. I usually try to pick goals to help me improve on things that I struggle with. And I thought that nonfiction was going to be a struggle. And then it turns out that the last like couple of years I've read like three, four, five, or more nonfiction books, like not even on purpose, like not even because it was a goal. I'm just like, oh, this is an interesting book. And I read it, I'm just like, oh shoot, like you get to the end of the year, you're like, wow, I read that many nonfictions. Like, who even am I? But 40,000 pages, that's awesome. 150 books, that's awesome. I think I set mine to do 70 books and 25,000 pages because last year I think I did 60 books and 20,000. So this year I did 70 books and 25,000. So we'll see how that works out. This is such a good reminder. Sometimes I feel much better after getting all the things done off my mind out of the way. It makes me feel better. Exactly. Yeah. So sometimes you do have to do like productivity or like chores type stuff just so that your brain can be at ease and then you can relax and reset, One of them is a read the world challenge. It has a list of countries that you read a book that is set in a country or written by an ooh, okay. I like this. That also gives me an idea for another one. Okay, okay. The birthday thing happened with my ex. He was so mad. I wish him a happy birthday the day before, but not on the actual day. Yeah, they get really butthurt. I guess if the tables were turned, I probably would be upset too. So it's like I can't be like too, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of like if I was in that position, I probably would feel the same way. But because I know, I'm just like, I know when your birthday is. And he would not believe me. He was like, you forgot my birthday. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I didn't forget your birthday. I just didn't know. I knew your birthday was on the 22nd. I didn't know that today was the 22nd. I thought the 22nd was tomorrow. Only reason I'll read the third book is because okay, okay, okay. You own the second and third book. Well, I guess that'll get you to finish the series. You can check that off as an accomplishment for the year. I'm new to your channel. What do you post the most of, and how often do you post on YouTube? Great question. So last year, if you go back and like look at my videos for 2024, that is not a good indication of my like what I post because last year was a struggle bus year. For the people who have been here for a while, y'all know that last year was rough. I would say as far as like posting consistently, I probably only posted consistently in June because of Battle of the Booktuber, and then in September because of the Mystic Readathon. And everything else outside of that was like maybe a random video here and there, and then like sprints. Sprints was probably the only thing that I did like throughout the entire year. But now that all of the chaos from last year is just about finished with, and I can kind of like put that behind me and move on. I'd like to get back to the kind of content that I used to post when I was posting before everything blew up. So mainly I do a lot of like I think what people probably know me best for is probably my TBRs. I don't do TBRs all the time, but when there's like a readathon or something, you can expect that if I'm hosting a readathon or I'm a co-host for a readathon, I'm probably gonna do a themed TBR video. So I think that's probably what a lot of people know me for is like my themed videos, where I like dress up as like a character or whatever. So I do those. I do wrap ups. Although I think this year my wrap ups are probably going to be like short form content. So it'll either be like reels on Instagram or like videos on TikTok and stuff like that. I probably will also do shorts on YouTube. It'll be the same video and I'll just post it in all three places. But yeah, wrap ups, TBR videos, reading vlogs. What else do I post? I don't even know, guys. What do I post? What do you guys come here to see? I don't even know. What else is on my channel? Hauls, book hauls. I haven't done one of those in a while. I've been purposefully trying not to buy a bunch of books because for the majority of the year my books were in storage, so anything that I bought I didn't have anywhere to put it. But I'd like to go back to doing some hauls. What else? I don't even know. Let me pull up my channel. Let's see. What do I do? It's been so long since I've done anything. I don't even know what I do. Oh yeah, I have the 5-star exchange series. I forgot about that. I have the 5-star exchange series. So that will be coming back. That will be making a return. So the 5-star exchange, if you're not familiar with that, I basically get together with a bunch of other booktubers and we anonymously exchange books that we rated 5 stars with someone else. So like I'll give someone a list of books that I rated 5 stars and they have to pick one and read it and do a reading log for it. But you don't know like whose list you got. You don't find out until the end. So it's a way to kind of like blind taste test somebody else's like favorite books. I also have the Read It or Watch It series where I basically talk about books and their adaptations, and I tell you whether or not you should read it or watch it. Pretty much self-explanatory from the title, but I tell you whether or not I think you should read the book or whether you should watch the movie, or the maybe a TV show, whatever it is, whatever the adaptation is. So that will also be making a comeback. What else do I do? I have my self-destruct list that will be coming out. I have like my goals video that I have not filmed yet, but obviously I haven't filmed it yet because I'm still trying to figure out what my goals are. But that'll be coming out at some point. What else do I do? I'm like literally scrolling through my channel to see what I do. I do tag videos. One of the things that I want to go back to doing, I haven't done this probably in like a year, maybe longer, but where I did like a head-to-head video where I would compare two books that people say are like very similar. So like the first one that I did was Love and Other Words and Every Summer After. I did a reading vlog where I compare like the fact that people say, oh, these books are like, if you like this and you like that kind of thing. I think I did another one, but I forget what books they were. But I want to go back to doing the head-to-head videos. What else? I already said tags. I mean, that's the bulk of what I do. That's like the majority of it. Anything else is not like stuff that I do regularly and maybe like a video here and there. Like I have a tag that's coming up that I'm really excited about. It was something that I was tagged in a long time ago and I just never got a chance to do it. And so now I'm very excited. I think I'm going to do it and have it come out in March. In preparation, I hadn't planned on bringing this up until like the end of sprints, but I'll tell you guys now. We were talking on Donna sprints earlier and we were coming up with this idea of doing like a makeup party. And so for my birthday in March, I think I'm going to do like a virtual birthday party. It's going to be like a slumber party, like makeup party where we like play with makeup and stuff like that. So in preparation for that, there's a video that I was tagged in months ago that I never, like I said, never got a chance to do. So I'm going to be doing that. It's a fun way to like match up like books and makeup. So that'll be fun. So yeah, I have like little random things that I do here and there, but yeah, that's pretty much the bulk. If you're looking for like standard videos that I do like consistently, that's pretty much it. Hello, Jamie. How are you? How's it going? Happy New Year. Hello to Courtney and Jamie. Listening to The Ghost Orchid. Is that how you say it? Orchid? By Jonathan Kellerman. It's as my second book. I knew that somebody was going to say that they've already finished a book. I knew it. And of course it's Jamie. This does not surprise me. Amazing as always. Hello to Jamie. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Sammy. I have a thing of numbers and I'm counting audiobooks. So I figure as I do things throughout the day, I can multitask with my audiobooks. Yep, that's exactly what I do. Usually, like, I get the most reading done by doing audio. And so I'll listen to audiobooks when I'm on the train going to and from work. And I also listen to audiobooks a lot when I'm like doing chores around the house. So if I'm like folding clothes or if I'm washing dishes or cleaning the bathroom, things like that, that is when I get a lot of like the bulk of my reading gets done when I'm doing chores around the house. It's hard for me to just like sit still and read. I'm usually moving around doing things and listening to an audiobook. Trying to finish Orbital last night, and my sister called so that I couldn't get back to my audiobook. Oh no, till well into 2025. So Orbital was my first book for the year, finished around 4 a.m. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Hello to Glenda and Lily. Gonna go cook and watch some TV. Nice. Happy reading. Have fun watching TV. I'm also gonna watch TV during this next sprint. Like I said, this next sprint is gonna be a dinner sprint, so I'm going to make and eat dinner and also watch One Tree Hill. By Coda. What about reading a classic? I think I have a goal already on my list to read classics because that is something that I struggle with. I very rarely read classics, so I do want to get better with that. So I think I have a goal for that. I don't remember exactly what it is, but there is something on the list that has to do with classics. And a modern retelling. Ooh, I like where your head's at, Jamie. Or read a book and then watch the movie. Yep. So I have the reader to watch it. But I think that could be the reading a classic and a modern retelling to compare could be a fun twist on the head-to-head videos that I do. I like that. I like it. Enjoy your evening, Coda. I like that idea. Yep. I read nonfiction occasionally for work, but not always as a whole book. So it might be okay. Yeah, I figured if anybody read more nonfiction than me, it probably would either be you or Leandra. Or a goal to read more of a certain format. Oh, okay. I like this goal. I have to think about this because the goal would probably be to read more physical books because I read mostly audio. But I don't know that I'm in a place in my life right now where if I made it a goal to read more physical books, that I would actually achieve that goal. But it is a good goal. Like that is a good goal. But I also don't want to set goals for myself that I'm that I'm not going to accomplish. But I like that. I like that. Debating whether to set my goal higher this year. I usually do 365 as my Goodreads goal and adjust mid-year based on how the year is going. But after last year, 400 might be reasonable. I like go for it. Go for 400. If you think that you can do it, do it. Jamie, that's what we do for Sun's summer school program: comparative lit books, then movies, originals, then sequels and remakes. So that's cool. I like that. Honestly, wouldn't care if someone forgot to tell me on my birthday, happy birthday. Yeah, he was very upset. Yeah, that was not a good day for us. Love that, Christina. My brain regularly doesn't make the connection between day of the week and the actual number of the day of the calendar. Yep. See you later, Coda. Bye, Dakota. Like I keep forgetting I'm not going to be able to join any reading sprints for book clubs this month since they're like all on the 18th and that's my friend's 21st birthday, so I won't be around. Well, have fun. Do you do? I do weekly sprints every Wednesday. We do Wind Down Wednesday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. So that is where we are. That's where we're at right now. Welcome. Totally giving my presentation though, but have switched topics again because there's a new conspiracy book coming out on JFK this month, and I need time to read it before finalizing that slideshow. Oh man, I was looking forward to that. So what did you change it to? Because you know I'm gonna watch it. She does sprints. Yep, mostly on Wednesdays. Yep. Thank you, Sammy. This year, I'm using a different mug every Wednesday for these sprints and a different tea or hot beverage. So this week is Private Selection King Scooper's English Rose Black Tea and my Big Tan mug. Very cool. I like that you have like a theme for the year. That's very cool. 5 star. Oh, thanks. Yep. So I think Vanessa was part of the most recent season. I think how many seasons have I done? 3? I think I've done 3 seasons. So yeah, this is the playlist for the most recent one. So it was me, Katie, Leandra, obviously Vanessa, and Bree. So that'll give you this one was done a little bit differently because we all knew we were doing it. Normally, when I do the 5 star exchange, the people that are involved have no idea who else is involved. So it's all completely anonymous. The only person that knows who's involved is me. But when we did it with Vanessa and Katie, Leandra, and Bree, they obviously knew because we did it in person. So they knew who else was involved. So we had to like switch it up. So if it seems confusing, just know that it was also confusing for us, but it's not normally like that. It was fun though. Thanks, Nightbot. Yeah. Love nonfiction, although it reflected in my storygraph wrap up with the way that they described my reading with all the true crime. That reminds me. I pressed the little button. What is happening to my phone? I pressed the little button on I'm gonna have to try to go back maybe during the sprint and look. But I pressed the button on storygraph to do like the wrap up, and it was like, oh, we're generating your wrap up. We'll give you a notification when it's done. That was like 6 hours ago. Like, how long does it take? I need to follow up and find out where is my wrap up. Are you guys okay? You're like, what did I do? Did I break the system? I didn't even read that many books. I just did an average of the books I have read over the years and rounded up 60. Okay, nice. Yeah, I think when I did 60 last year, it was based on like if I did 5 books a month, I felt like that was like reasonable because some months I do more, but then some months I do less. So I figured like 60 was a good place to kind of like balance it out. But this year I upped it to 70 because I think I read 90-ish books in 2024. I think the year before that I read like 105. So I was like, I think that 70 is a safe, reasonable number. With everything that happened last year, the fact that I was still able to do like 80 or 90 books, I think that 70 is a is a safe number. We'll see. Hopefully I'm not like, gonna jinx myself. Let me knock on wood. Like me not jinx myself, but I think 70 is a good number. This year, I want to reread Frankenstein in a modern retelling. Ooh, okay. I've never read Frankenstein before. I don't really know the story that well, but from what I've been told, Frankenstein, like the monster thing that he creates or that the guy creates or whatever, isn't actually the villain. I think the scientist is the villain or something. I don't really know. Like I said, I've never read the books. I don't really know the story that well. The presentation has been changed to all about King Henry is that the 8th? And all of his wives. Okay. Is Anne Boleyn one of his wives, or did I just make that up? Not really conspiracy on that one. Just interesting how this man kept justifying divorcing or beheading, yeah, his wives. Last year I read Huck Finn and then James by Percival Everett. Okay, nice. Huck Finn. That's somehow related to Tom Sawyer, isn't it? I think there's some kind of connection between those two. Oh, it told me to do that. I went into my notifications. Oh, okay. Well, then I guess I need to check my notifications then. 70 is my book goal this year. Okay, nice. Read 66 in 2024. Awesome. Yeah, and oh, okay. I thought so. You know why I know that? I know that because I learned it on the Vampire Diaries. There's an episode where they have to like dress up, and I'm pretty sure Elena dressed up as Anne Boleyn. Frankenstein is the doc. Oh, okay, that's what it is. Okay, thank you. What is that? Okay, good, good, good. Although he had a second wife named Anne that he divorced because she was. Yikes, that's very mean. Was not expecting you to. That's so rude. Oh my gosh, what a mean guy. Not a goal suggestion, but related. I'm putting all my goals on a life bingo board in my journal to cross them off as I do them. It's an idea of something you could do. Oh, I like that. That's cool. I like this idea. Oops. Yes, both written by. Okay, Mark Twain. Tom Sawyer does make an appearance in Huck. Okay. Yeah, I don't really. I remember that I had to read Tom Sawyer. I want to think it was the summer going into 8th grade. We were supposed to read Tom Sawyer. I didn't read it, but we were supposed to read it. And I've seen the movie, obviously a long time ago. And the only thing that I remember about that movie is JTT because I was in love with JTT when I was a little kid. So that's all I remember about the movie. That was his reason. Ah, wow. And they accepted that. They were like, "Yep, she's hideous. You go ahead and divorce her." Like, what? He said he couldn't consummate their marriage. Oh my gosh. So dramatic. Hello, Courtney. How are you? Happy New Year. How's it going? Made it official. So my Goodreads goal is 400 this year. I'm also still doing read what you own till April or until I finish 200 of my books. Wow. So she lived and he was like, "Hey, it's not your fault. You're ugly." Oh my gosh. So here's your allowance. What the? That is, yeah, I was obsessed with him. He's so cute. I loved him so much. Oh my gosh. What an era. Hello to Courtney. All right. We have made it to the end of the comments. Question for you guys. Would you all, I'm gonna put this as a poll and then we're gonna go into a sprint, but I just want to like verbally say it too. Would you guys be interested? I saw that Margaret did something like this earlier today. I didn't actually watch it. I have to go back and like watch the replay of it. But would you guys be interested if instead of there are so many books that I read last year that I like didn't talk about because I wasn't posting a whole lot last year with everything going on. But would you guys be interested in if I did a live, like tiering all the books I read in 2024? I don't know if I would want to do it as like its own like live or if it would be like part of sprints. So like during the chatty bits of the sprints, that's when I would do the ranking. I haven't decided how I want to do it, but is that even something that you guys would be interested in seeing? So I will put a poll up during the sprint so you guys can like vote or whatever. I just wanted to put that idea out there to you guys. And then just general question for you guys. This is not going to be a poll. What is one thing that you are leaving behind in 2024? One thing that you are not bringing with you into 2025. And with that, we got some more comments. King Henry, the lore is crazy. Well, I can't wait to see Lexi's presentation. Happy New Year, Sarah. Do a separate ranking. Okay, okay. So yeah, I'll put the poll up. You guys can vote. But yeah, the question for you guys is, what is one thing that you are not bringing with you into 2025? And with that, I am going to pull the timer back up, and we are going to jump into our next sprint. I am going to make dinner and eat dinner and watch One Tree Hill. You guys have fun doing whatever it is that you are going to be doing during this sprint. And I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. All right, and we are back. How did everyone do? How did your sprint go that time around? Something's going on with YouTube, so I can't. I think I can see the results. The first time around, for some reason, the poll didn't like even work, so I had to like close it and then redo it. But it looks like that people would be interested in seeing it, and they would want it to be its own separate live show, separate from Wind Down Wednesday. So I am going to need to look at the calendar to figure out what day I could do that on. I guess a question for you all is what day, I guess, not what day specifically, because like everybody has different schedules, but is this something that you guys would be more interested in seeing during the week or on like a Saturday or a Sunday so that I can try to plan this out for a good day? So yeah, let me know that. If you voted yes, you would want to see it as its own separate video. Let me know like weekend, like if it's a weekend, like say Saturday or Sunday, but like if it's just a weekday, like just pick a weekday. Like you don't have to say like what specific day of the week, like Monday, Tuesday, whatever. Because I'm kind of limited in what days of the week I can do anyway. But yeah, would you guys prefer a Saturday or a Sunday? Also, I forgot to star, so I don't know where we left off. I think it was somewhere. I think it was probably here. So the question was, what is something that you are not bringing with you into 2025? And so Sarah said, I'm not bringing guilt into 2025. I'm no longer allowing myself to feel guilty for things that happened in the past that did not work out for me. I love that. That is actually so beautiful. I wish my answer was as beautiful as this. I love this for you, Sarah. How inspirational. Yeah, that's awesome. Hello to Kiana. Hello to Sarah and Courtney. Oh yeah, this was me. I was trying to do the poll. The poll wasn't working. What I'm leaving in 2024 is being stressed about trying to participate in all the readathons and only doing one to two a month, maybe three if two of them are shorter ones. I think that this is something that a lot of people can relate to. And maybe this is just me because I'm relatively new to the booktube space. There are people that have been doing booktube for like a decade. So compared to like the 2 or 3 years that I've been here, I'm relatively new. But I just feel like there were a lot of readathons last year compared to the year before. Like if I compare the number of readathons, at least the ones that I was aware of anyway, in 2023 versus the ones that I was aware of in 2024, there were just so many that it was like overwhelming. So I think that this is something that a lot of people can probably like relate to. So I feel that. All right, that sprint was a run to Walmart because my smoke detector decided now was the perfect time to chirp, and why would I have 90 batteries lying around the house? And then I took a shower. Well, that's still very productive, though. That's good. And getting that smoke detector to stop beeping, let me tell you, that will bring you peace. Because if it chirps all night while you're trying to go to bed, that will be the opposite of peace. I want to leave behind financial irresponsibility. Okay. Gonna stick to a budget, stop unnecessary spending, and find a side hustle. Ooh, I like the find a side hustle thing. That is something that I have thought about for years, and I've never landed on something that I'm like, okay, this is my side hustle. So I would like to do that, but I just gotta wait for it to come to me, I guess. When I've actively tried to seek things out, it just doesn't work. So I guess I just have to wait for it to come to me. But sticking to a budget is good. Stopping unnecessary spending is also good. I know that I do a lot of unnecessary spending on food, and so that is one of the things that I definitely want to like cut back on and try to pay more attention to how much money I'm spending specifically on food because I feel like that's where the bulk of my money goes to. And I feel like if I did better with like shopping at the right places and stuff like that, or paying attention to deals or whatever, I wouldn't spend as much money as I do on food. Also, I think my spending on food will go down significantly now that I'm back home and I have a refrigerator because I can actually buy groceries. For the most part, last year, I wasn't able to buy groceries. I didn't have anywhere to put them. So I would have to eat out most of the time. So obviously, that was very expensive. Your voice just made. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, the comments just jumped. Speaking of jumping, weekend. Okay. Personally, prefer the weekend. Okay. Okay. I figured that that would be the case, but I wanted to like double check because you never know. Decided to make apple fritters and unload the dishwasher. So I listened to 10%. Says I have a clue. An arc by Jenny Elder Moak. Ooh, how is it so far? 10% in. And apple fritters sound really good. Made it to 86% in Mad Honey and started setting my TBR-a-thon TBR. Very nice. Speaking of TBR, we are going to do one more sprint, but I know that it's getting late. And so some folks might not be here by the time we get back from the next sprint. So I will do my January TBR before we go into our next and final sprint. Better your smoke detector chirp now that, yeah, this is true. Yeah, it was detected right outside my bedroom too. What if it drove me crazy all night? Even just hearing it 2 times before I tore out the house to run to the store was too much. Thanks, Nightbot. I think I need to refill. Leaving behind the feeling that I ought to apologize for or make excuses about my bigger reading numbers. I love that so many people in our booktube circles are accepting of how much I read. I mean, I think it's amazing. I don't think that you should feel bad or apologize or make excuses at all. Like, I think that's incredible. That's also something I'm doing is limiting my spending. My goal is not to eat out more than once a week. Yeah, I should probably. I used to have, so before all this stuff happened with the house, I had a goal set that was both like financial and also like healthy, like health related or whatever. And so I used to only eat out. I would only eat out on the weekends or or on the days that I went into the office. And as far as like the days that I go into the office, I would only eat out like for lunch. Cause like if me and my coworkers like went out to lunch, I don't want to be that coworker that's like, oh, like let's go to I don't know, Chipotle. And then I'm just sitting there not eating, and everybody's like, why are you not eating? Like, I didn't want to be that person. So I'm like, if we go out to eat like at work, like for lunch or something, then I'll do that. But otherwise, like I only eat out on the weekends. And that was also helping for like health and fitness or whatever and like losing weight. Because usually when I eat out, it's stuff that isn't like good for you, like pasta or like burgers, fried foods. So I would like to get back to that and try to cut back on all the unhealthy eating and fast food and stuff and limit it to the weekends and lunch on the days that I go into the office. 'Cause I only go into the office 2 days a week. So think that's a good place to start. I actually forgot that I used to do that until I just read this comment. And then I was like, oh yeah, I used to kind of do that. So thank you, Lexi, for reminding me about that. Those are all great things to leave behind. Yep. In 2025, I'm trying to leave behind my FOMO and know that I can't participate in every read along, readathon, and book club. That is so true. That is something I think, Jamie, what you are not this Jamie, but the other Jamie, what you were saying here about leaving behind the feeling that you have to apologize or make excuses. I think that that concept is something that I relate to as far as like the read-alongs, the readathons, and the book clubs. I think that and I think someone else, was it Sarah? I think was talking about like guilt and stuff. Like I feel like as far as like read-alongs and readathons and book clubs, a lot of the people who are hosting these read-alongs and readathons and have book clubs and stuff like that are like my friends. And so there's a part of me that feels obligated to participate in these things because these are my friends and I want to support my friends. But at the same time, because all of my friends have book clubs, all of my friends, are doing readathons, all of my friends just about at this point have Patreons, and it's like I can't be everywhere all the time. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I spread myself too thin. That was one thing that I think I realized about last year was that I had spread myself so thin that when I then had to start focusing on like what was going on in my life, like dealing with all the house stuff, there were so many areas that I felt like I was falling short as a friend to like other creators. And I was like, wow, like I really like I didn't even realize how thinly I had spread myself until I started like slacking in all these areas. And I was like, wow, I'm a terrible person. So I would also like to leave that behind and just kind of accept that I can't be everywhere all the time. I can't support everything that's happening because there are so many things happening. And I feel bad because it's like, okay, well, then who do I support this month, this month, this month, or whatever? And it's like, I don't want people to feel like, oh, like favoritism, like, oh, I like this person more than I like this person. It's like, it's really not about that. It's just, I'm trying to make the rounds and it's hard, man. So I feel you, Jamie. I definitely feel you. I spent that sprint finding the current TBR-thon Discord and working out this week's TBR. Very nice. I'm surrounded by every kind of food place imaginable. So jealous. So it's way easy and convenient to pick something up for dinner on the way home instead of cooking. Yeah. And that's the thing. I wish that I was surrounded by more food options because what I thought, or I guess maybe being more specific, I wish I was surrounded by more like healthy food options. I will say that like there are definitely like food options nearby, but it's like not anything healthy. It'll be like McDonald's, Popeyes, Taco Bell, Wendy's. Like we don't have a lot of healthy options or even vegan options that are close by. I could maybe drive 20 minutes, 25 minutes or something to go to a vegan spot or a salad place or something like that. But we don't have anything that's like, oh, let me just go around the corner. Let me just go down the street. Like, I don't have anything in my area that's close by, that's convenient, that is healthy, which is one of the reasons why I stopped eating out so much when I had done that whole thing. Because, like I said, when I do eat out, it's usually something that's super unhealthy, like Five Guys or Taco Bell or whatever is like in the area. So I wish that I was conveniently located closer to healthier options. Then maybe I wouldn't feel as bad about like eating out if I knew that I was eating good healthy stuff, but I'm not. So I can't even justify the eating out that I do. I have decided I don't need to join readathons where I already know I'm not likely to have as much fun. I tried a lot of them in 2024 and will do lots of them again, just not all of them. Well, you know what? The bright side of that is that at least you, even though like last year may have been like overwhelming and you participated in a bunch of stuff, at least going into this year, you kind of, unless like new ones pop up, which they probably will, but outside of any new ones that pop up, because you participated in so many last year, you kind of already know what you like and what you don't like. So going into this year, you already kind of have an idea of like what you are and are not going to be participating in. And assuming that the readathons are going to continue to happen in the same months that they happened in last year, you can kind of start planning out your year based on what you anticipate you will be participating in. So there's a little bit of an advantage there. Let's see. I love vegan food, just not the cheese. I completely agree with you. I had like vegan nachos from this place. Really good. Uh, but the cheese I usually get it like without cheese because their cheese is weird. Something about vegan cheese. I think most of the time vegan cheese is made out of like nuts or something. It's not. They say that it's a cheese substitute. It's absolutely not. As an avid cheese lover, vegan cheese is not a cheese substitute. Like, don't ever give me vegan cheese and try to tell me that it's the same because it's definitely not. Like, not even close. Yeah, we don't have a lot of healthy eat out options around here. Yeah, that's the sad part. I wish that there were more. One thing that I noticed last year, I think, with all the eating out that I did, I realized that at least where I live, we don't have any, and I don't know if it exists because I've never seen one. Where I live, there are no like fast food soup places. Like you have like salad places that's fast food ish. When I say fast food, like Chipotle is technically fast food, even though Chipotle doesn't have a drive through. It's still technically fast food. But like for salads, you have like chopped or you have like sweet greens. And I forget what the other one is. There's another one too. But like you have like sub places, you have salad places. But there's no like soup places. And I kind of I realized that last year because there were times, especially when I was like sick, because I got sick like 3 times last year, which was wild because usually I can go years and not get sick at all. So the fact that I got like incredibly ill, like to the point where I had like full body aches and chills and stuff, that was wild for that to happen 3 times in one year. I got sick more times last year than I did during the entire pandemic. That was like last year was crazy. But I noticed that there are no like fast food soup places. And I'm just like, why is that? Somebody needs to get on that. Somebody needs to make that happen. I'm still new to readathons. The first one I did was in September. I have found so many since then, and it was hard not to overcommit. Yeah, and I wish that there was a way. I feel like I'm not gonna say there isn't a way because I don't want to be pessimistic in that way, but I don't have the answers. But I wish that there was a way or that there was an answer to for booktubers to somehow come together and put more, not structure, but basically like coordinate better, basically is my point. Because there'll be like 4 readathons happening in 1 month. Like September, for example. I can't even remember all the readathons that were happening, but it was at least like 3 or 4 other readathons that were happening during the Mystic Readathon. And it's like that is not ideal because you don't want people to have to choose between, like you want everyone who wants to be able to participate, you want them to be able to participate. And so when they have to choose between because they can't do them all, it's like, you feel bad. And I just wish that there was a way that as a booktube community, we could like come together better to like coordinate and collaborate on some things so that as viewers or as participants, you guys don't, you're not faced with like having to choose between, you know what I mean? So I don't know what the answer is to that, but maybe one day we'll find a way to make that happen. Yeah, I don't call it vegan sour cream. I call it cashew sauce. Tastes nothing like sour cream, right? We don't have. Oh wow. Yeah, that's one thing that we do have, but again, they're not close by. Like I think the closest one to me is probably I'm gonna say like 20, 25 minutes away. And I'm of the mindset that I'm not driving 20 or 25 minutes to buy something that I could put together in my house. Like, I'm not good at making things like Alfredo because I don't know how to make Alfredo sauce from scratch. And the Alfredo sauce that you buy in the grocery store just to me is not good. I'd much rather go to like, I don't know, Noodles and Company or something and get like their Alfredo pasta or whatever. But like a salad, I can make a salad. It's just like lettuce, tomatoes, onions, like green peppers. So throw some dressing and some grilled chicken and some croutons in it, and we're done. Like a salad is really easy to make. Like I can do that myself. I'm not gonna drive almost a half an hour somewhere just to buy a salad. But so that's why I'm like, I wish they were closer. But yeah, we have chopped and we have sweet green, and there's another one. I just can't remember what it's called because I don't think I've ever. Oh, um, Honey Grow. That place is decent. So yeah, there are definitely some ones around, but they're just not as close or as accessible, which is frustrating. But yeah, no soup places. Do you guys have soup places there, Lexi? Panera Bread is yeah, that is true. Panera Bread does have soup. I guess when I say soup places, I'm thinking like a place that is like known specifically for that. I feel like Panera Bread is more known for like their bakery and like their sandwiches and stuff like that. Not as much for their soup. Not saying that people don't love Panera Bread soup, but it's just like that's not what they're known for, if that makes sense. Or like how Five Guys is like known for their burgers. Do they also have hot dogs? Yes, but they're known for their burgers. We don't have any places where it's like soup is their main thing, and then maybe they have like some other stuff, but like they primarily serve soup. Like Taco Bell, like they have lots of things, but like tacos obviously is like the main thing that they serve. Or like Burger King. Burger King also has chicken, but like their main thing is like burgers. You know what I mean? I don't think we have any places where like the main thing is soup, and I feel like we need that. There's one pizza place that does build your own salad, but half the time when I would try to go there, they wouldn't have lettuce. What the? Or any salad. Wow, that's terrible. They should be fired. There are places that have either sandwiches or salads or sandwich and soup. Yeah, there are a lot of times if you find a place that has soup, it's usually some kind of like sandwich shop type of place, kind of like a Panera Bread, where it's like they're really primarily a sandwich shop or they're really primarily a salad place, but they also have soup. There isn't anywhere that I know of that's like dedicated specifically to soup. I mean, I can't eat them because of food sensitivities. Oh, see, I think isn't Tim Hortons? I could be wrong, but isn't Tim Hortons a Canadian thing? I don't think we have those in America. I don't think. I think the healthiest fast food I eat is Subway. My sandwiches do tend to be a spinach salad on a bun with meat and cheese in it. More affordable, healthy fast food will be nice though. Yeah, I stopped eating at Subway. I forget why. I would have to try to go back and like find the video, but there were like videos that were coming out either last year or the year before that was talking about the meat. since you're getting like basically like lettuce on a bun, like you're fine. But it was something about the meat at Subway, and I forget what they said about it, but there's something wrong with the meat at Subway. And so I stopped eating there. So if I do get a sub, I'll go to like Firehouse or like Jimmy John's or something like that, which I hate because I used to love Subway because I feel like Subway's prices were more affordable than like Jimmy John's and all those other places like Firehouse and stuff like that. But now that we're finding out that the meat at Subway is not good, then like now I'm forced to spend more money to go to Jimmy John's and Firehouse, which I hate. I mean, I like the food, I just hate the prices. Several readathons last year ought to have merged, which would have been easier for the host to eat. Yeah, I agree. That's what I said. I wish that there was a way that like we could like come together as creators and do more like coordinating and collaborating to make it easier for everyone, honestly. Check out Vietnamese food. Okay. Yes, I do. I have gone to eating pho. Like that's usually if I'm gonna get soup, that's what I usually have to do because there aren't very many places. Like I don't do Panera Bread. I can't really eat Panera Bread's food because their meat messes up my face. Like it gives me like really bad like acne and stuff on my face anytime I eat meat from Panera Bread. And if I'm gonna get soup, I'm probably gonna get like chicken noodle or something like that. So if I can't eat the meat, then it's no point in me getting the soup. But pho, I do, or what is it called? Pho. I do like that. That's probably if I'm sick and I don't feel like cooking, but I need some soup. That's probably what I'm gonna order. If I participate in multiple readathons in a month, I always see if there are reads that will fit prompts for both readathons. But that trick doesn't always work if there are no prompts. Exactly. Yeah. And I do the same thing. Like I'll usually try to like I think I did a whole like TBR video maybe in 2023, I think. I think it was in August, I want to say, because it was Aurelium, but then also Jan Agaton was doing I forgot what it was called, but she had her readathon happening in August and Aurelium was happening in August. And so I did a whole video where like it was a TBR where I would pick like one book and I would show you like what prompt for Aurelium it was for and also what prompt for Jan's readathon it was for. And so that is definitely like the smart thing to do. But like you said, it is very difficult to do depending on what the prompts are if there isn't a way to like overlap the two. For soup, we have Panera. Tim Hortons does soup, but not really. Oh, so you have a Tim Hortons. I don't know why I thought Tim Hortons was only in Canada. I'm pretty sure we don't have one of those here, though. I missed the cheap Thai restaurant we had across from my university when I was an undergrad. Those should pop up everywhere. That would be nice. For salad, check your local grocery store. Like if you have a Food City or a Publix, they usually have a salad bar. Oh, nice. I don't think. I think Wegmans has a salad bar. But again, that's not something that's like super close. Like that will require me to take a little bit of a drive. And so for all of that, if I'm gonna go to the grocery store to get a salad, I'm just gonna go to the grocery store and like buy the stuff for the salad. That way I can make it at home. So exhausted by readathons, they just seem to multiply by the month and become more and more competitive and vicious. Yes, I completely agree with this. You couldn't be more correct. And that's one of the reasons why I tried to be like more relaxed with the Mystic Readathon because I knew that people were getting like burnt out with readathons. So I was like, you can participate at whatever level you want. Just like be here and hang out and like talk about the show. That's really all I want to do is talk about the show. This is just my excuse to talk about my favorite TV show. Korean places also have. Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever had soup from a Korean place. I might have to look into that. Or different prompts that will work for the yeah. The pre-bag salad kits. Yes, that is what I used to buy. I used to buy like I think Taylor Farms makes a pack. There are some other ones, but Taylor Farm is just the first one that comes to mind because recently, like in the last like month or two, Taylor Farms had like a whole recall on some of their stuff because I think they had like E. coli or something in their carrots or in their spinach or something. I can't remember. So that's why that brand just like stood out to me just now. But yeah, I used to do the salad kits; those are great. But then I found it's almost cheaper to just buy, like I said, just the ingredients separately. It's more work, obviously, because you have to like chop up, like if you want to get peppers or if you want to put mushrooms or whatever, like you have to do more prep work as far as like chopping everything up. But it ends up being cheaper. So I guess you decide, do you want the convenience of the pre-bag salad or before for a higher cost, or you want the lower cost of buying the ingredients separately, but then like you have to do the work to put it together. So it's, like I said, sometimes I'll buy the pre-bag kits. Sometimes I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna get the stuff individually, put it together myself because it's cheaper. Depends on how cheap I'm being. I usually end up making soup myself at home and end up eating it all week. I don't think I've ever made soup before. I have no idea how to make soup. I have a crock pot, so I'm assuming that that probably would be helpful if I wanted to make soup. But I've never done it before. I've only ever used my crock pot to make buffalo chicken dip. That's the only thing I've ever used it for. Tim Hortons is Canadian, I think, in some international places, some states in the US, and some other countries. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. I figured it was Canadian because I feel like I've heard Brittany talk about it before, which is why I thought it was Canadian. But according to Lexi, Lexi has Tim Hortons where she is, so it's definitely in the US in some places. I love when we can coordinate to alternate months of seriously competitive readathons, ones like TPR-thon where they are flexible and self-paced. That's a good idea too. I think that's definitely a good place to start is to kind of, like you said, alternate the ones that are competitive and then like the more relaxed ones, then maybe a competitive one and kind of go back and forth like that. I think it'll be really, like I said, difficult to make that happen because there are so many creators who have their own readathons now that to try to bring people together to do that will be a struggle. But I would love that. I think that would be a great idea if we could make that happen. Tim Hortons is Canadian. They have branched down. Oh, okay. Okay. I figured that if it was in the US, it probably would have been in states that border Canada. Although I think, are you in Ohio? I can't remember. So I don't think that you border Canada, but you're close to a state that borders Canada. Tim Hortons is a. Oh, really? You seen him in New Jersey? I did not know that. Interesting. Okay. Several places can be good, but people often forget that the dressing, yeah, will get you with the sugar, salt, and the saturated fats. I just do red wine or rice vinegar, and it saves on a lot of calories. That is true. That is very true, Chris. I remember when I was in college, this girl that I used to work with, she said the way she ate her salad, I can't remember what she did. It was something that, like, when we saw her do it, we are like, "What are you doing?" It was like she, instead of putting the dressing on her salad, she would like scoop up the salad like with her fork and then like dip it in the dressing or something weird. I can't remember what it was, but it was something weird. We were like, why are you eating your salad like that? And she was saying that it helped some kind of way, it helped her use less dressing doing it the way that she was doing it. And that was when I first learned that, like, oh, like the calories are in the dressing. So even if you have like a super healthy salad, if you're putting, bad dressing on it, then you completely defeated the whole point. Honestly, Jimmy and Subway is comparable in pricing. Or yeah, that's kind of true. That's kind of true. Hello, ML. I'm grading tonight, grading the very last assignments I need for the fall semester. Pleased to have some company to do so. Awesome. Glad to have you here. We are going to do at least one more sprint. I know normally I would end around 10 o'clock, but it's the new year and we're doing more laid back sprints and not like productivity stuff. So, like, we could hang out for a little bit longer. Tip for a great soup recipe. Cheap and also freezes. Canadian Living, a magazine with free recipes online. Carrot lentil soup. If anyone wants, I can post a link in a Discord. Oh, very cool. Carrot lentil soup. I'll have to look into that. Carrot. I don't think I've ever had lentils before. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just thinking. I don't think I've ever had that before. I'm curious now. I also don't think I've ever had any kind of like carrot soup, other than just eating carrots. The only carrot thing that I've ever had is carrot cake, which I imagine is not nearly as healthy. Thank you, Nightbot. The ending ML, yeah. Mm-hmm. Crock pot is perfect. That's what I figured, but I've never used it for that. I always make my soup on the stove. Okay, I have a potato soup recipe on my channel. Ooh. Okay, I like it. I like it. Uh-oh. Love crock pot. That's probably supposed to say soups. Yeah. Oh, Nightbot is on it tonight. Okay, sir. Okay, yeah, so that's what I thought. I wasn't sure if it was Ohio or Indiana or Illinois, because I know that all of those states are like kind of near each other. Honestly, I prefer the taste of Tim's over Starbucks, but Tim's has more calories. Really? Huh. I didn't know it was possible to have more calories than Starbucks. Also, who was it that told me this? Somebody told me that there is apparently ammonia or something. Is it ammonia? I think it's ammonia in like the pumpkin spice latte recipe or something at Starbucks, and I was like, huh? I'm not really a big pumpkin spice latte person to begin with, so like it didn't affect me. But I was just like, huh? Like, what do you mean there's ammonia in it? Like, how? How is that legal? I used to collect ingredients I'd have on hand to make fancy salads, especially nuts and seeds and craisins. I kept shredded cheese and chopped mushrooms in my freezer. That's a habit I need to relearn. Yeah. I usually keep mushrooms, tomatoes, red onions, and like a mix of peppers, whether it's red, green, yellow, whatever. And like, what is it called? Spring mix in my refrigerator. So that if I want to make a salad, I just boom, 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 throw everything together and make a salad. If you use a lot of dressing, you might as well eat a burger. Yeah. Hummus or smashed avocado like guacamole mixed with seasoning make a good dressing. Hmm. I've never tried guacamole as a dressing. I've had hummus before, and I know that hummus has like a bunch of different flavors, and I have no idea what flavor I had, but whatever it was, I didn't like it. I was like, I'm never eating hummus again. I have not had a hummus that I like, but the guacamole, you could be on to something there. Yeah, Tim's isn't healthy, but I suppose it's better than deep fried stuff. I mean, anything is better than deep fried stuff. I picked up one of those salad mixes in the dressing. Wow, 800 calories for the packaging. I mean, for the packing. That's insane. And so many people don't know. Yeah. 800 calories is a lot. For though, like the packets are only like this big, like they're pretty little. 800 calories is a lot. Now y'all making me hungry after I ate so much earlier. I went wild on my black eyed peas and collard greens too, and cornbread. I'm surprised that my mom didn't mention anything about black eyed peas since it's New Year's. I remember one year she was like trying to force us. I was like, I'm not eating that stuff. But I think what is it? Black eyed peas is supposed to bring you like money or something like that in the new year. I forget what it is. A salad with guacamole and everything, but bagel. Oh, you know what's funny? I've never done a salad like this before, but this is how I eat my hard boiled eggs. I eat it with guacamole and everything, but bagel seasoning. That's so funny. I've never heard of a. I have never had a frappuccino. But I looked at the calories in a Starbucks one. Couldn't get over how much sugar and calories are in it. How do these people drink so many of these a week? So I could be wrong because I don't really drink fraps like that. But I think a frappuccino isn't that something that like Starbucks made up? It's like a frappe and a cappuccino like mixed together or something. And some of them don't even have any kind of like caffeine, like no coffee or espresso or anything like that in it. It's just basically milk and sugar. I could be wrong. Like I said, I'm not the biggest frappuccino person, but from what I remember, I'm pretty sure a lot of them is just milk and sugar and like flavoring like syrup to make it be whatever flavor you want. So yeah, I can imagine that those things are very high when it comes to the calories in it. I believe it. Good luck. The black eyed peas are so are so good luck. Clearly Southern with my New Year's Day menu. I mean, it makes sense. My mom was very much like that. I don't know why she didn't do it this year, but normally she does. I forgot about it until you just said it. I have to ask her, like, oh, did you get any black eyed peas? All right. So I don't think I said what I was leaving in 2024. I what was my answer? Oh, I am leaving like not sleeping. I can say that I did not sleep well last year. And I'm sure that does not come as a surprise to you guys, given everything that was going on. But that is something that I definitely want to work on in the new year. And hopefully, now that things have calmed down significantly compared to what was going on, like, throughout the rest of the year last year, now that things have kind of calmed down, I'm hoping that I will have like less stress, less anxiety, and stuff like that. And that I'll be able to like sleep better. But I'm just like, oh my God. Like, first of all, can we talk about the fact that I found two gray hairs? This is insane. I didn't know this was gonna happen. I mean, I knew it was gonna happen, but I didn't think it was gonna happen so soon. I literally just turned 30, not even a year ago, and I already have gray hair. I'm scared. I'm not ready for this. And so I'm like, okay, I have to de-stress because we can't have this happening. I'm not ready yet. Okay. I'm not ready. Yes, technically a frappuccino is Starbucks. You can get it coffee or cream based. I love splurging on a peppermint white chocolate mocha one. That's a lot of flavors. Peppermint, white chocolate and mocha. As far as taste goes, what is the difference in taste between white chocolate and mocha. Because I don't know the difference. To me, I feel like you can give me either one. If I was blindfolded, I wouldn't be able to tell what the difference is. But Tim's also does a version. It's called an ice cap. Dunkin' does their own version too. Yes, I know that McDonald's has the frap. Yeah. I'm never really avoiding calories, but I'm trying to eat more fresh stuff and more protein. So for me this year, salads and burgers are both great, but not much cake or pie. You know what I discovered? There are chicken chips, like chicken potato chips. I did not know this was a thing until last week. I went to Target and I don't even know what section of the store I was in because I wasn't like looking for these chips when I stumbled upon them. I think they're called like protein chips, but it's like chicken breasts, bone broth, and eggs, maybe. I forget what the third ingredient is, but it's like three main ingredients. And I was like, they made potato chips out of chicken? They'll make anything nowadays. I tried them. They're not bad. If it makes you feel better, my 22-year-old niece found a gray hair. That sort of makes me feel better, but I feel, is she okay? Because when finding a gray hair is like, that is a jarring moment that I was not prepared to experience. It's one of those things where like, you know that it's gonna happen, but then when it happens, you're like, oh my gosh, how is this happening? I think mocha is more like a milk chocolate. Oh, white chocolate. Oh, okay. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Having food sensitivities and allergies limits all food, but especially fast food. So I guess that's a plus. It is. It is. I guess that's just because the regular mocha is darker brown and the white mocha is more of a white. Yeah, I mean, visually that makes sense. But I guess your breakdown of saying like one is like milk chocolate, one is like white chocolate. I do feel like those two things taste like if you gave me like a chocolate bar and one was white chocolate and one was milk chocolate, I do feel like I will be able to tell the difference in taste for that. But I feel like when it comes to like coffee and stuff like that, I can't tell the difference. I don't think I'll ever notice if I get gray hair because I dye black all the time. That's fair. And if I didn't, my hair is such a light blonde that it will probably just blend in. And see, for a long time, so my you probably can't see because I have the lights like turned down, but the ends of my hair are like blonde, and I haven't dyed my hair in maybe like a year or two. It could be 2 years at this point. So all of this now is like dark brown, and then I have the blonde here. So before I thought that these hairs that I was seeing were just the blonde pieces that got dyed. But now that all the dyed part has grown out, I'm like, oh no, these are gray hairs. Mocha is espresso. Mocha is espresso, milk, and chocolate. White chocolate mocha is mocha but with the white chocolate instead of milk chocolate. Okay, so Lexi, yeah, you were right. I've got a lot of gray. I'm just going with it. It looks good as of now. I think that I will get to a point where I will want to embrace it. I feel like most people, after they get to a certain age, and that age is probably different, depending on the person. But I feel like everybody gets to a point where they like accept it and they embrace it. I'm not at that stage yet. I am very much in denial. I was told if you hate the taste of coffee, never get anything mocha flavored, but don't quote me on that, as I'm more of a vegan smoothie person. I've had mocha flavored stuff, but I do think that if you don't like coffee, the flavor that you are like if you don't like coffee, but you were gonna get some kind of like coffee drink, the flavor that you should get, I would say probably should be vanilla because that's the one that's gonna like mask the coffee taste the most. Sometimes when you get like chocolate flavored coffee, it almost like makes the coffee taste stronger for some people. So yeah, I don't recommend getting mocha as the flavor for someone who doesn't like coffee. Heading off to bed. Have a great rest of your day. Have a great rest of your evening, Sarah. Have a lovely night. Turning 40 this year, though I thought it's probably to be expected. Yeah, I feel like if I was 40, I wouldn't be as like shocked, I guess. But the fact that I just turned 30, I'm just like, it's happening. That's right. If someone doesn't like the coffee, they won't like mocha because mocha is espresso chocolate flavor. That makes sense. Yeah, that would explain why when you get mocha flavored stuff, it like makes the coffee taste stronger. I have not had the chicken ones, but I like the protein chips made with milk protein. Okay. They're like chips made of toasted cheese and really tasty but pricey. Oh, I haven't seen those. Okay. Might have to look for those next time. But yeah, I saw the chicken ones and I was like, wow, they have chicken potato chips. I prefer new gray hair opposed to the health-induced bald patches that I have to comb over. I mean, that's fair. That's definitely fair. I don't like actual coffee, but I do love mocha. Interesting. Welcome to the gray hair club. It only multiplies. I know. I know. Getting ready to eat some tacos. Good night. Good night, Kiana. Have a wonderful evening. All right, so we have made it to the end of the comments. So I'm going to quickly go. Let me take this banner off the screen. I'm going to quickly go through the 7 books that I have on my TBR for January. These are not specific to any like readathon or anything like that. Some of these are buddy reads. Some of these are for like goals that I'm trying to hit for the year. Some of these are books that I should have read last year and didn't get to, stuff like that. So the first one on the list is a book that I already talked about earlier today, and it is Empire of the Vampire by Jay Kristoff. That is a book that I am buddy reading with Leandra, Danny, and Rainey. And they have been chatting away this evening. I haven't read any of the messages because I haven't started the book yet. I plan on starting the book during this last sprint. I'm probably going to wash my face and like do my skincare stuff and listen to our pages for today during the next sprint. So that's the first book. The second book is Where's Molly? I think H.D. Carlton is the author of that. I am buddy reading that with Donna because we've been reading the entire Cat and Mouse series together. So this is the Siri, I wasn't talking to you. I don't know what I said that made her think I was talking to her, but I'm not talking to you, babe. Yeah, we read I think it's because I said the word series. That's what she thought I was talking to her. But yeah, we've been reading that for a couple of months now. So this is the final book for that series. So this is the last one that we have to read. I think there's another book that's coming at some point. I don't know when it's going to be released. But for now, we will have completed the series by the end of this month. The next book is, and I actually have no idea who the author of this is, so let me look it up before I say it. Marcus, gosh, how do you say this word? Clearer? I have no idea. The book is called We Used to Live Here. This is a book that I was supposed to have read or wanted to read last month, or maybe it was November. It was either November or December. I wanted to read it and I just didn't get to it in time because I had other things that I needed to prioritize for like reading goals and stuff like that. But yeah, We Used to Live Here. I have heard nothing but great things. So I'm very much looking forward to reading this. I need to find out if Rainey read it because I know she was supposed to have read it, but I don't think I ever heard her like talk about it to say if she liked it or if she finished it. I don't even know if she finished it. But yeah, that is the next one. And then I need to read Death Note 5. And then that way I'll only have one more left of the Death Note series. So I want to get through number 5. Magnolia Parks. That was a series that I was supposed to start last year that I never started. Never even picked up the first book. Do I have all of the books? Yes, I do. I have the entire series right here. Have I read a single one? No, I have not. So I would like to at least start the series this month by reading the first Magnolia Parks book. And then the last one, and I don't know, this is like gonna probably be like the last one that I read in January. And that way, if I don't get to it in January, I'll just read it in February. But it's the Village Library Demon Hunting Society or something like that. I have no idea who the author is. I don't remember. But I think this is one of the books that Danny and Leandra are reading for like their book club or their podcast. I don't remember when they're reading it. I don't know if they're reading it January or February, but it's sometime in the beginning of the year. So if I don't end up reading it with them, like that's fine. I do still want to read it though, because the synopsis or the premise or whatever of the book sounds interesting. So I do still want to read it regardless whether I get around to it when they get to it or not. But yeah, those are the books that I have on my TBR for this month. So let me know if you guys have read any of these and if you hated them or if you love them, either way. But yeah, let me get the timer pulled up. We are going to jump into our final sprint. And the question that I'm going to pose to you guys is, what is your like word of the year. I didn't realize that this was a thing, honestly, until today, that people come up with like a word that they want to kind of carry them through the year. So think about that as we go into our last sprint. And let me know in the comments what your word for 2025 is going to be. And I'll let you guys know what my word is going to be when we get back. Let me switch this over. Also, I think there were some comments that came in. That being said, I'm slightly weird with my taste buds. I hate any kind of tea with sugar in it, really. Just straight green tea or black tea. I don't think sweet potatoes are sweet. They taste bitter to me. Interesting. That could maybe be because the sweet potatoes that you're eating, like whoever's preparing them, they're not doing it right. So my taste buds might just be broken. Not broken. My first gray hair grew right in the middle of my part and stuck straight up, and I popped. Listen, that's exactly where my first one is. It's like right in. I'm just like, bro, you had to be right in the dead center, like right where my part is. That's so disrespectful. Hello, Paco. How are you? Happy New Year's. How's work going? Hello to Paco. Add enough sugar to something and you will enjoy it. Facts. The Village Library Demon Hunting Society is January, but the video. Okay, that's what it is. Okay. So yeah, if I read it in January, then I will be prepared for when the video comes out in February. But I may not get to it in January, so it may have to get pushed to February. So I'll be a little bit behind. But either way, like I said, I'm still gonna read it regardless. Hello, Helen. How are you? How's it going? Happy New Year. I'm good. That's good. Good to hear. All right. We are going to jump into this last hour-long sprint. I will see you guys back here in 60 minutes. Happy whatever it is you're going to be doing. And we are back. I'm not sure why it didn't ding. I don't know if it dinged any of the other times that the sprints ended, like the little like 3, 2, 1 thing. I did not hear anything unless maybe the sound is turned off on my computer. I don't know. But we are back. That was the end of our final sprint. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. What did I do during that sprint? I finished reading. So I told you guys earlier that the pages, I guess if you want to call it that, it feels weird because talking about the Bible instead of like a regular book, but the pages that I was supposed to read for today, for day 1, was Genesis chapters 1 through 4. So I read that, took some notes, jotted down some questions and stuff, did that. And then I started listening to Empire of the Vampire. And I also obviously did my skincare routine for the evening, which is probably like the first time that I've really done my evening skincare. I've been kind of lazy since I've been back home. I mean, I was lazy all last year because I didn't feel like bringing my stuff back and forth between houses. But since I've been home and I'm, here all the time, I haven't been doing my like nightly routine as much as I should be. So I did that. So that's great. And yeah, I think that's all I did during this last sprint. To answer the question, what is your word of the year? So my word of the year is, I think I'm going to use slower. Maybe there's a better word than slower, but like that's the word that's coming to me like right now. But I want to move slower in 2025. I think that I am always trying to like react instantly. So sometimes when people ask me questions or whatever, like I'll answer before I've really had a chance to think about it. And so then after I've said whatever the heck comes out of my mouth in that moment, because I like kind of black out, once I've said it, then I will like go back, and when I'm alone, like I'll overthink, like, oh my gosh, like what did I say? Did that sound stupid? Like, does that make sense? Can I do whatever it is? Like, did I just agree to do something that I don't think I can do? Like, just lots of thoughts happening. It's like if I had just taken my time in the moment and given the appropriate answer at the time, I wouldn't have to do all this thinking back and over analyzing the situation. And so I find that I do that a lot in all situations, whether I'm talking to like family, strangers, coworkers, like whatever. I will just say what seems like the most agreeable thing at that moment, like whatever it is that I think the answer is supposed to be versus like what the answer really is, if that makes sense. Like if my boss is like, oh, can you take on this project? I'll be like, yeah, sure. And then I go back and I look at my like workload and I'm like, I should not have taken on this because I can't. Like this is not gonna go well. So those type of situations. So just kind of taking my time and being slower to answer, or slower to respond to things. That's one of the reasons why some people are better like on the phone and stuff like that. Like I'm better over text or email because I have more time to think about what I want to say before I say it versus when I'm talking to someone in person. I'm just like, yeah, sure. Like I'm just like trying to get an answer out and I'm just like, I did not think that through. So I definitely want to be, I don't know, I wanna just kind of slow down and not try to be so like go, 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 like quick, quick, move, move. Just take a little more time to think through my answers or my responses before I give them. That is what my goal for this year is going to be. And that's not specifically like a book related thing or a reading thing or a YouTube thing. It's just in life. And that's one of my goals for this year is to just slow down, think about things instead of answering and then having to scramble and freak out to accomplish whatever it is you just said you were going to do that you really shouldn't have said yes to. So yeah, let me see. Where did I leave off? Intentional. I think this. Oh, that is your word. Ooh, I like that word. Intentional. Being more intentional. I like that. Okay, off to bed. My goals are to start getting more sleep on work days. Yep, I feel that. I talked about that earlier, trying to do better with my sleep because my sleep schedule is really off. A big part of why my sleep schedule is so off is just because even though things have calmed down, if you've ever been like in a really chaotic situation, or a situation where things like you're just constantly tense or stressed or whatever, there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot going on. You kind of like, and maybe this is just a me thing, you kind of like live in a constant state of anxiety. And so it's hard to rest. And this has been an issue that I've struggled with for years. I probably started dealing with this maybe like 10 years ago. Yeah, it was probably like exactly 10 years ago because it was the year I graduated college, which was 2015. um that was when I first noticed that like I wasn't sleeping well. Like I was like grinding my teeth and like I was like really just like tense even when I was asleep, which was weird. I'm like, how am I like, like this, like but like I'm asleep and I'm unconscious. It was a very weird experience. And I remember the lady that I used to teach with when I was teaching dance, she described it as you're sleeping but you're not resting. And so that I was like, oh wow, like that's, you actually like phrase that like so perfectly, because that's exactly like I didn't know how to explain what it was, but like once I was trying to describe it to her, she like in like 2 seconds like explained it like that. And I was like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. So this has been an off and on problem for me for a while, but obviously last year was very stressful. And so even though it's like I said, things are dying down and getting better, I'm still kind of like stuck in that very tense state, I guess. And so it's taking me a while to like get out of that. And so my sleep is very much messed up because there were a lot of nights where I was here till like 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning trying to get things set up. And so that threw off my sleep schedule. And then when I would try to go to sleep at a normal time, I think we talked about this earlier, I would be like in the back of my mind thinking about all the things that I need to do the next day. And so I couldn't really sleep like peacefully because I'm like, oh, there's so much stuff I have to do tomorrow, or there's so much stuff I have to do before Saturday, like stuff like that. So it's taking me a while to get out of that. And so I find myself being awake at 2 o'clock in the morning when I shouldn't be and I should be asleep. So it is, I understand like wanting to get more sleep and wanting to have restful sleep, not just be unconscious, but have restful sleep. I get that. Good night, Courtney. Good night, Courtney. Sleep well and take care. Good night, Jen. I'm glad that you had a good time. I will see you next week. Good night, Jen. Sleep well and take care. See you next time. Got some essays graded. Excellent. Still a few more to go. Nice. Ate dinner and now Becky on the couch. Finished cow sprints with Nicole. Finished a full round of patterns and switched back to the other cow. Now on to row 10 of 23 and on chapter 10 of my book. Very nice. 10 and 10. There you go. Did my skincare, turned some meditation music on, and journaled a bit. I love that. That's awesome. So 2024's words were stay present. 2025's word is balance. I like both of those. Do you feel like you were able to achieve that in 2024? Like, do you feel like you like stayed present throughout the year? Ate dinner, made it to 91% in Mad Honey. Nice. You're welcome. Yes, enjoy your night as well, Christina. And yes, remember to show some love to the like button. And I did switch over my laundry. And thank you. Yes. So Atia has sprints going on as well. So if you guys are looking for more sprints, definitely go check out Atia's sprints. I'm probably going to pop over there for a second, just before I like change my clothes and get ready for bed. But yeah, if you guys are looking for more sprints, if you guys still have things that you need to do or have chapters that you want to finish or whatever, definitely head over there. Hello, ML. Oh, and here we go. The sprint spreadsheet and the booktube Bible. The link for that is right here. Definitely take a look at this sheet. This sheet has everything basically that you need to know about booktube, who's doing what and when, between sprints and readathons and all that kind of stuff. We love the fact that Christina and Vanessa, I think Katie helps out. I'm not sure if there's anybody else that is like on that team that kind of manages booktube and all the happenings that take place. We are very grateful to them for putting this all together and keeping it like up to date. Hello, Glenda. Happy New Year. Hello, ML. Happy New Year. I think my word for the year would be proactive. I want to be more proactive rather than wait for things to happen and then reacting. Okay, I like that. I feel you about the stress. I'm constantly stressed even when there's nothing stressful. I just expect the worst at all times, so I'm always in fight or flight mode. Yep. And so what's funny, I started realizing last year that there really should be like a third option. You always hear fight or flight, and I feel like my instinct is not to do either of those things. Like when there's like a situation that would put you in fight or flight mode, I go into the third mode that nobody talks about, which is freeze. And I'm just like, my brain just blanks out and I just have no idea what to do. And then things happen and then I come back and I'm like, wait, what did I do? What did I say? I don't even know what just happened. So I feel like they need to add a third option where it's fight, flight, or freeze. Have you tried a brain dump before bed? Like write a list of all the things you need to do and just get them out of your brain and not worry about them the next day. So the first part of this, yes. The second part of this, my brain will not accept. I do make a list of all the things that I need to do the next day. In fact, I will a lot of times make a list of things I need to do for the whole week. I actually don't have anything on my list right now. Actually, no, I do have stuff on for tomorrow and Friday. But normally, like I have stuff planned out like Wednesday, I'm going to do this. Thursday, I'm going to do this. Friday, I'm going to do this. And so I'll start with like making a list of like all the things that need to be done. And then I'll go through and sort like what days of the week I'm going to do them based on whether or not it requires me to leave my house or what other things I have going on. Like if I have work, if I have meetings, if I have sprints or what, whatever the case may be. I'll try to like schedule it that way. So I will put specific things on certain days. Obviously try to group like things. So like if I need to go out the house, I'll try to do all the things that have to be done outside the house on the same day so I don't have to keep going back and forth or whatever. But even though I write those things down so that I like don't forget them, it doesn't help me like not worry about them if that makes sense. Like I'm still it's almost like I'm anxious because I know that I have to do it if that makes sense. So even though I know I have to do it and I've written it down, it doesn't help like quell that anxiety. I don't know if that makes sense, but I got to page 211 of Royal Holiday. Also, I'm listening to The Spell Shop. Ooh, at 70%. It's cozy and magical. I have been wanting to read The Spell Shop. I keep seeing people talk about this book, and I'm getting a lot of FOMO. So I'm probably going to have to read that this year. You're welcome. Yes, I'll see you in the next one. You take care as well. Have a wonderful night. Hello, Christina. Happy New Year. Mostly, I do live with 2 boys, 3 dogs, a turtle, and a cat, but I try. I mean, hey, as long as you tried, if you feel like you succeeded, then that's all that matters. But that's another thing too. I don't think I said this earlier, but like with the kind of revamping of Wind Down Wednesdays, a lot of the things that I hope that people are able to use this time for is not necessarily things that you can quantify. It's not necessarily things that have metrics, if that makes sense. And so those things that you want to do for you, the things that you want to do to wind down, to relax, to reset, to reflect, all the re's, all of those things, whether it's like I said, meditating, journaling, reading, sleeping, listening to music, whatever it is, even if you're just like doom scrolling, well maybe not doom scrolling, but maybe you're scrolling for something like a good reason, not just because you're like bored out of your mind, because sometimes doom scrolling can lead you down a weird rabbit hole. So maybe we don't want to do that. But if you're like just watching booktube videos or whatever, something that is like stimulating but also like enjoyable and like I said brings you peace, brings you joy, relieves or alleviates like stress, tension, pressure, whatever, anxiety. These are things that you probably can't really quantify. It's things that you can't necessarily put on paper, like how much did you enjoy it, you know what I mean? Like these are things that are just kind of for you, and so you feel it in that moment. But it's not necessarily that you can like do stats for and look back and be like, oh, I did this much, I did that much. So it's okay, balance, like you said, there's a balancing act to it, and staying present, like I said, being able to enjoy the moment. I think that staying present really resonates with like what these sprints are going to be doing, even though that was your work for last year. I think that really resonates with like the makeover that Wind Down Wednesday has gotten, because I want people to be able to like be present and find enjoyment and peace in those smaller moments throughout our week, throughout our lives. So yeah. Anna said, I've been trying to think of what my word is, and I think I've settled on organic. I'm wanting to eat more natural, make my own food and skincare. I also want to be more consistent with self-care. Ooh, make your own skincare. I like that. That feels like a lot of work for me, but I do think that if you have the time, it could be super beneficial. I think that you will get a lot out of that, honestly. I think it's probably very satisfying too, to be able to like make your own skincare, and especially if you're seeing like results, to know that you can trace those results back to something that you created, that's probably super satisfying. Yeah, fight, flight, or freeze. They need to add that last one in. Nobody talks about the freeze part, but that's the constant state that I live in. In the club, friends on the internet, from our homes. We all fam love seeing everyone greeting me, making me feel special. Yes, you are special. I think my word for the year is motivation. I need to stay motivated to clean more and also to get my resume out there again. Ooh, we love a revamped resume. That's exciting. Read a little bit, but got distracted. The last part, that's okay. Again, we're not setting like this isn't productivity sprints, right? So if you do absolutely nothing, as long as you had a good time doing nothing, that's all that matters. Yes, you are special. We love you. You're welcome. This is great for the first day of the new year. Good things to think about and super chill, totally stress free. Thank you, Jamie. That's exactly what I was going for. I love that spreadsheet. Yes, I found it earlier this year and it has been such a great resource. It really is. It really is. Like they don't get enough credit for keeping up with that spreadsheet. Yeah, that does. It's supposed to be like something you do in bed. Just write down everything that pops into your head while you're in bed, then lay down. I don't know. I can't shut off. Yeah, I can't shut off my brain. Like even if I write it down, it's still in here. It didn't like transfer. It's more okay. So instead of like transferring and like moving it from here to there, it just is copy paste. So it's still here. I just copied it and also pasted it there. So I put on a movie or a show that I've seen several times that I can close my eyes and still know what's happening, and then I find myself sleeping. I also have a weighted blanket. I told you guys I was this close. I was this close to that weighted blanket. They did me dirty. I will never forget about this. This weighted blanket situation will live with me forever. But yeah, that's the reason why I watch Vampire Diaries and Degrassi all the time, because it's something that I can turn on. I've seen it a bazillion times, so like I could say the entire episode in my sleep. That's how many times I've seen it, so I don't have to like think about it, if that makes sense. So yeah, I definitely do that. So happy you found it. Yeah, that's awesome. I love that because it. Where's the link at? Put it back up on the screen. Here we go. Yeah, this link is truly incredible. The work that these girls do, the Lord's work. But yeah, that is it. Let me turn this banner off. Turn both of these off actually. So yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I hope that you guys were able to wind down and do some things that brought you joy, brought you peace, were relaxing, and that you're ready for bed or whatever it is you have to do next. I don't know what time it is, depending on what time zone you're in. But yeah, hopefully you guys were able to decompress a little bit. And I will see you guys next Wednesday for the next Wind Down Wednesday, which are now being repurposed as this week it says reset because it's the new year, but moving forward it's going to say rest and relaxation sprints instead of reading and productivity sprints. So you'll see that change moving forward. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you guys had a great time and got a lot out of it. Can't wait for more sprints in 2025. I'm glad we were able to start the year off on such a great foot, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye.